All right, good morning, YouTubers. Sorry about that. I forgot to start you guys. All right. Well, a couple of interesting things happening. Look at the on the downside. Well, first of all, on the upside, MINM. Another one that I cannot see any specific reason. I mean, I saw that they increased the size of their board from 4 to 7. Um, I don't see any specific reason for this one, MINM. The reason is low float, less than a million in the float. Thank you, Jesse. Less than a million in the float. At least that's what we have. So when you look left, next high on MINM is around 1024, 1028 to be exact. Not saying it's getting there, but that is the big move, obviously, up 219%. And right at the top of the list, OMGA. OMGA. Another one gapping up 93%. Another one I do not find any news on. 21 million in the float, so it's not crazy low, not high, of course, but it is not low, low. Now, MBLY. So it's not quite an earnings play, but they're basically warning. They're giving us a revenue warning. They don't appear to release until January the 25th, but they've come up with a revenue warning. I did not know that Intel basically own, or they're the parent of MBLY. So that's dragging, as somebody said, dragging Intel down a bit also. INTC, not nearly as much, of course, as Mobileye is being. But Intel is, I mean, it's a pretty big drop for Intel, 3% with that float, 4.2 billion in the float. So, but Mobileye down 31% on that news. And there was actually an earnings play, guys. CALM, Calmain Foods. Not a ton of volume yet, but this is definitely a nice gap down. Look at the daily chart. So we're sitting at 51.90 right now. 200-day moving average is around 49. So there is room underneath for this one to keep moving down if it wants to. Peloton. Actually, Peloton had a little bit of news this morning. Where is Peloton? Right here. PTON. A little bit of news this morning. Some kind of a collaboration with TikTok. From fitness gear to social media, Peloton partners with TikTok. And there's Mobileye. It keeps moving down, guys. MBLY keeps moving down here. Look at a monthly chart to see where there could be some support for Mobileye on a chart anyway. Well, on a monthly chart, the next low is 24.85. So that's still significantly away. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next low on a monthly chart. Now, as I was opening the room, I saw the silo was. There are a lot of these little ones here, guys. You know, this is very typical now. We're seeing a lot of this. You know, big pop, JFBR. I don't see any news on it. So it gets as high as 597. Comes all the way back down to, I mean, from 6 to 4. Big, big percentage move down. Doesn't mean they're not going to move later on, but meanwhile, if you recall, some of the flyers from yesterday, like the ABVC, remember I was saying that a lot of the ones that we saw yesterday will probably be down today. So there's the AISP, the ABVC, SGN, SIDU, SIDU, FWBY. Not a lot of these really cheap ones, low floaters, showing second day continuation. Not saying there are none, there's just not a lot of them. This one, Smart for Life, has had an interesting few weeks. Got it to 560 on this day back on end of November. So a little over a month ago. QS was moving early also. Let's take a look at QS. I think it was coming into the 200-day moving average. No, it was coming into something though. Something that there's the VWAP 693. Yeah, it was coming. It was coming right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is at 715, and this morning it got up to 715. So I hit the 200-day moving average and stalled so far anyway. Even if it can get through that though, I'll just look left. I mean, to me, there are little areas where it could keep stalling. I think it did have some news, QS. GM. I didn't see GM at all, but I think they had record revenue or record number of vehicles sold, to that effect. Pretty sure I saw a headline, something to that effect. You'd be a buyer of Mobileye at around 16? Okay. Now, you mentioned LW. Didn't see LW at all. Maybe it's not very much volume right now. That's the reason, LW. So this is an earnings play. More expensive, $105. But yeah, I mean, if it can take out 108, then the next high in the weekly chart anyway is way up here at 118. And then you mentioned also WBA. It's the Walgreens Boots Alliance. WBA was an earnings play also. See what it did. Well, let's see. No real reaction. I'm sorry, this is a pre-market play. I thought it was after hours. So the initial reaction was pretty good. And now look at this though. And the market is basically flat. I guess some job numbers or employment numbers or something came out at 8:30. Market didn't like it. Meanwhile, MBLY keeps moving down here. And that broke, wow, did it ever. Broke right through. Look at yesterday. It was holding, was sitting right on the 200-day moving average, and it broke down through it. All right, I will now take a look at the upgrades and downgrades. And unfortunately, we've had so many that I'm not able to post them in. I'm just going to look to see if there's anything that could be interesting. All right, a slightly less big. Okay, we got to look at all. Let's take a look at all here. ALL, an upgrade from Morgan Stanley. Well, I guess they had a previous price target of 117. They've now upped it to 171. And we're getting some action here with the quadruple C. APA, CPA, CPE merger. Okay, thank you, William. Thank you, Real. Okay, I'm just looking to see if there's anything. Actually, the other thing I'm always looking for to see if there's a firm or one symbol that is being one company being upgraded by multiple firms. I do not see that. Let's see. Micron MU has been upgraded by Piper Sandler to. Okay, so they've got an upgrade, $95 for Micron MU. The original was 70. Now they're upping it to 95. Take a look at some of the downgrades, see if there's anything interesting there. Yeah, man, oh man, oh man, oh man. This is what I'm talking about, guys. I mean, this is just a huge, huge list of downgrades. Probably at least double the size of the upgrades. This is almost trolling. Look at AKTS. Now, for some reason, AKTS, Piper Sandler has decided to downgrade them. They had a previous price target of 2 to 1. I mean, this is an 81-cent stock. Like, why bother? Yeah, there're just too many to look at, guys. I just can't really. I don't see any company that's been downgraded multiple times in this list anyway. All right, let's take a look at some of these. So this minim is pulled back a little bit. This is the tree map look of it. Well, we call it tree map. Obviously, it's like a heat map. People are used to that. And again, you want to find the low floaters using my pre-market actives up. Just have to double left click on the float column. Okay, so these are the low floaters in the pre-market right now. So you've got things like SPRC, 280,000 in the float. This I saw this one. I was gonna mention it, but I mean, what are you supposed to do? I mean, it got up to 738 and pulled right back down to 6. It is still up 10%, but how about a firm reel, AFRM? Firm is kind of like UPST, no? Weak again. Yeah, so WBA guys, WBA. Wow, now this is a big breakdown right here, in my opinion. Look at the daily chart. So the next low looking left is 22.57. It's almost $2 away. $2 away. So I'm not saying it's going to keep moving down like that, but an interesting reaction to earnings. I mean, an initial reaction was very good. Hmm. So let's see if there are any other real low floaters. TCBP, not a lot of volume yet, only 14,000 shares. Yeah, so that's again, you can always just people are asking yesterday, I know in our YouTube room about finding low float stocks that are moving in the pre-market. Pretty simple to do. You can use my pre-market actives up and then you just have to sort on the float column. Okay. And you'll see the low floaters, the ones with the lowest floats right at the top, and then you can just look left and see, okay, what has it done in terms of a market move that changed from the close of yesterday, and you can also see how many shares were traded. So there's no real need to create something brand new, in my opinion. And typically, anyway, when you see the ones that have moved the most, the change from the close of yesterday, more than likely, I mean, something to be up 191%, you just have to look at the float column, and you more than likely it's going to be a very low float. Rarely is some, stock with 100 million in the float going to be up 200%, kind of a buyout. I did see this one, this Rapid Microbiosystems. I did see this one, but it's the same sort of scenario. A big pop up to 140, and then pull right back down to one. I mean, it is still up 21%, but those are big pullbacks. All right. Well, we're in for basically a flat open. So let me take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening with them. I think oil, energy stocks are going to be up. I'm going to click on new from our toolbar, click on dock channel bar, go down to show more. And where we see sector status. So as predicted, XLE. So what you're seeing here, first of all, these are the major sectors, OXLE, the major ETF for energy, 95% in green, meaning 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay. And you can see there's still a weakness in technology. There's XLK. 75% of those stocks are down from yesterday's close. Now, it doesn't mean they're horribly down. It just means, they could be 0.00001% below yesterday's close. But that's what that what the green and the red down here mean. Okay. So technology is still relatively weak compared to some of the other sectors. And let's take a look at XLK. I mean, it's still way above the 200-day moving average, but we've had one, two, three, and maybe another day down. I mean, so way above the 200-day moving average, but you can see there's been some weakness over the last couple of days, 3 or 4 days with the tech stocks. Let's take a look at communications. Communications will probably look a little bit similar. You'll see, but not quite as dramatic as XLK. Now let's take a look at energy. We know energy now is definitely above the 200-day moving average. Okay. So it moved away yesterday. There's that 200-day moving average. That was one of the last major sectors that was below the 200-day moving average. This is now above. See if healthcare is still screaming. We had a huge day in healthcare 2 days ago. You can see 2 days ago. Look at that move. Still, it's a red, but it certainly didn't give it up. And we're, mildly positive. So healthcare stocks certainly are still seem to be in favor right now. And utilities, XLU, that was another one of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. And you can see right there. So it actually closed right at the 200-day moving average yesterday. And then consumer staples, I think, raced above a couple of days ago. Let's see what happened yesterday. Yeah, so a couple of days ago, got above the 200-day moving average, closed just a little bit below it yesterday. So let's a look at some of the, and all the other major sectors are above. Is there a way to show a large volume range bar on the intraday that hasn't broken the price day high, but has broken the current day's high? Hmm. I have to give that some thought. Chris, I don't know if Chris might have something. I mean, there may be a way. I haven't really thought of it. Trading pennies. I'm a little bit busy before the market opens and for the first half hour. Now, when you say a large volume range bar on the intraday, so you're talking about maybe a large 15-minute candle or a large, like what is your time period? It's also going to be very difficult for us to, I mean, we had, for instance, look at this. Imagine if the market were open right now, and this is a 15-minute candle, okay? Imagine it had a big range up here, a big, huge range. Now, you're asking, could this be above yesterday's high? Oh, sorry, but is not above the previous day's high. Well, we can always, okay, we can always, that's easy enough to do, okay, because we have the position we have the position in previous day range um, filter. So you can just make sure that stocks are below yesterday's high. That's easy enough to do. But whether or not so could that be a high of the day? The other thing is what is your definition of a large volume range bar? What's your definition of large volume? Well, one of the things you can do, I mean, without getting too fancy trading pennies, is just put a position. What I do all the time, the position in days range. Okay, position in days range. And so if you use a filter like I'm talking to Trading Pennies in our YouTube room. So if you use a filter like this, first of all, so a couple of filters you can use. So position in range, okay? Position in range, add the filter, and a max. So you don't want it to be above, okay? You don't want to be at the high. It'll be up to you to indicate. You might want to put 95% min, 98% max. In other words, it would be within 2 to 5%. Okay. So that's one thing you can do. So that will ensure that a stock is close to the high of the day, but not above the high of the day. And then the position in previous day's range. Okay. And again, you would do the same sort of thing. You could just make sure, the max, anything less than 100. So it's not going to be above yesterday's high. But as far as relative volume and like a volume burst on a candle, that I'm not sure of. You might want to ask, you might want to go to support because one of the other traders may have something like that. But you can see how you can use these two filters at least to control a couple of things: the position in days range and the position in previous days range. Okay, that'll get you started. That'll definitely get you started, okay? And then as far as what's your time frame? I mean, well, I'm on a 15-minute candle. I mean, we have, if I search on range, now this is not a volume though, but typically, I mean, typically, if something is going to have a fairly large range, typically the volume will be there. You would think anyway. So we have different ranges, 2 minute, 2, 5, 15, 30, 60, and 120. So you can also try, something like that. Okay, guys. Now QS, I don't see any specific news on QS. Yeah, I don't see any specific news. Now, my problem with QS is that when I look left, I see, there's stuff at 740, stuff at 750, stuff at 760. To me, there just could be a little too much resistance on the way up, unless it really gets a tremendous volume coming in. It's a big float also. Remember that, and 349 million in the float. Now, Calm, wow, Calm had a big pop here. Now, Calm had a big pop. This is moving down. Earnings play. Look at this pop here now. It's almost gone positive. So released earnings after hours, big drop down to $49, 49.79 or so. Back up to 54. So there's about a $6.50, $7 move from the lows. Low of after hours. Well, it might have been the job numbers. I think there were some job numbers, FinPlan Forever. I think it came out at 8:30. And so I think that is what's caused something happened at 8:30. Okay. It was a non-farm initial jobless claims. So I think they want this number to be higher than that. Okay. They want more people out of work, as crazy as it sounds. All right. Thank you, William. Yes, less than a minute. In fact, less than 15 seconds. So, guys, let's have a great trading day today. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a bit before I dive in. LBPH. I just want to take a look at this one. LBPH. See if they finally have announced their financing price. Anybody been able to find a financing price for them? I know they're trying to raise $150 million, but yeah, the jobs number. So they wanted a higher unemployment number, basically. There's the now SCYX. All right, now this is very early. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, but it is early. This is WBA showing up. The at 23.79. It does have room underneath. 22.62 is the next low looking left. There's real talked about CPE and API, APA. So I guess APA is buying them. Yeah, APA. So that's typical. Obviously, CPA would move higher. They're obviously buying them at a bit of a premium, but an APA being the acquiring company, that is typical. Take a look at OMGA. Shady. Let's take a look at that one. It's on the list. All right. So I know you don't look at the VWAP at all. Nice one so far. There's the VWAP, 541. See if we can really burst through that VWAP. 541 is the VWAP for OMGA. Pre-market high was way up here at 642. Nicely done, Shady. All right, guys. Guess what? Guess what? OMGA actually showing up in the you know the combo scan too. A little bit early. So this showed up at okay 565 in the combo scan. Now, what sort of room does this have? So here, I mean, it's got room. $6 looks like around $6.06 or so, 609 or so. That is the next high on the daily chart. That's what that red line refers to. Wow. Meanwhile, look at WBA, guys. So from that alert here, it's again, it's a little too early for me to take it, but if you're a little less conservative than I am, 2379 on the alert to short WBA. Now it's got down to almost 23. Yeah, what a huge, it's probably gone positive now, hasn't it? Real calm. CALM probably gone positive. Yeah, look at that. Positive now. Crazy. Okay, guys. Well, as you know, I love my combo scan. So, or the combo scan. I mean, join effort. Where are you, Pepe? Didn't see you yesterday. I didn't call on you yesterday. Well, so there's the level that I mean, it could stall there, 603, which is right, base 607. It could stall there. Okay, just think of that. Hey. So yeah, this was this one actually did have some news. Okay, Novo Nordisk signs a research partnership with them, so it actually did have some news. Okay. I sent you a message, Shady, by the way, in case you didn't see it. All right. As I said, I will now. I said I would just take any one of these that are in the in that scanner. Okay, putting this in the combo. This is in the simulator. Remember from yesterday, this one, guys, DYN, DYN. Wow, look at DYN, guys. So this had a, well, to say the least, an interesting day. Got up to 1879, closed at 1477. Actually, got all the way down to 12. So this is having a bit of a bounce day, right? Well, bounce or trying to get maybe to the high yesterday. A lot of volume coming in. This is DYN. Now, MBLY is bouncing also, guys. MBLY is having a bit of a bounce here, showing up in the option activity scan. Still down for the day. Big. It's still down 25%. Now, guys, this what I'm doing here, I'm taking these stocks. This is called the combo. I created a special account in the simulator for taking these stocks that show up in that scan. Okay. Now, 549 is the VWAP. Let's see if we can take out the VWAP again. The VWAP has increased. Well, again, I'm very conservative when it comes to trading in the first 15 minutes, but look at this WBA. So there's a dollar move now from the alert. 23.79 was the alert. 22.74 now. Okay, SMFL guys, volume. Wow, look at the volume coming into SMFL. Another crazy low floater. Look at the volume that's coming in. 4 million on this opening 15-minute candle. There was a couple of million shares traded in the pre-market, and very, very low float. Another don't have it gets all jumbled sometimes. I don't have any float information for MOBX. Might be because it's so new. Started trading as MOBX a couple of weeks ago. Again, I don't know if it was a SPAC, an IPO, the symbol name change, a whole bunch of stuff. Doesn't look like it was an IPO though, not based on the position and lifetime range. Maybe though. No. Meanwhile, look at okay, so the market is completely turned around now, getting shaking off that opening 15-minute candle, the red one, so far. Okay. Actually, I'm wrong. This is the opening. This is the opening 15-minute candle. Forgot we're only in 9:43 now. So that was, the 9:15, 9:30 candle, red. It started out red, but is now turned around. Well, since you asked me so politely, PJ, let's take a look at ZIM 200-day versus a shipper that's been on fire. Looked like it's just over it. So the 200-day moving average is 1292. So it's a little bit over it. All right, guys. MINM just making highs now. Just making highs. MINM making highs. It's taken out the pre-market high. But look at that. Ah, man. You got look at that. Oh my goodness. I was actually thinking about taking it. Look at that. What a pullback. I mean, 587 and then right back down to 471. Ugly with a capital U. Another shipper, guys, SBs. I think it's not Starbucks, but Safe Bulkers, another shipper, cheaper one. This one's got a little bit of room, guys. RXRX, okay? Not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, but when you look left on the daily chart, 1072 is the next high. So as long as if it can keep over 10 for a bit, not a huge amount of volume. The relative volume is a little over normal. Reverse splits for Acon and Jasper. Is that a question or just a statement, J Rex? You put it in the support questions. Um, so that, yeah, so that, it's not a question. You just put it in the wrong tab. So this is a 16 to 1 for 16 reverse split. Okay. Well, I definitely blew it on the QS. I did not think it would have that sort of move with that float. I was concerned about. You heard me talk about this. First of all, would it take out the 200-day, which it did? And then I kept looking left, seeing all these little areas where it could stall. And I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news for QS. Well, that is a fabulous, fabulous move with that float. I mean, you don't often see 18% moves with a stock with 349 million in the float. Tons of shorts available too. 8 million at Interactive Brokers anyway. Oh, now was that JSPR or JFFB? Okay, no, I'm sorry. I have JFBR here, but you mean JSPR, right? As a reverse split. So Jeff's brand still up 40%, and a big pullback though from the highs in the pre-market. But oh, it's halted now too. JFBR is halted now. Well, QS is not showing up in my option scanner yet. Okay, probably will later on. 18,000 contracts. That's fine, but that only represents 140% of normal. It's got to be 150% of normal before before it gets in here. Look at the DYN guys. DYN, DYN. There we go. Raymond James raising it to $56 from 27. So Pepe, I'm sure you're seeing the same thing with our combo. We're getting some of these cheap ones that have already run a lot when we get the alert. Didn't really see that so much, when it was really, really producing well. And it's hard to commit for something that's already run so much. Well, one way to fix it, of course, is okay. Now here we go again with the QS. Now bigger float though, bigger float, and now though the next high is 794. I mean, you can see if it can take that out next high in the weekly at 825. But I'm sure traders are looking at this huge move up here, potential move. Yeah, we might have to put like a delay on it. I know you put a 10-minute delay, I believe, right? Because we keep getting these ones that are cheap, low floaters that have already moved a ton. All right, guys. Yeah, so what you're seeing here is, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I said I would take every one of the ones that are showing up here. But the problem we're having right now with that combo scan, and I agree with Ori or Ovi, whoever yesterday said, once we get into earning season again, probably get a little more traditional plays. But it's hard to take something that is run so much. Well, just delay the alert, Derby. That's all. Delay. Put a time count on it. So this room is Ash. Okay, first of all, you're not going to hear from me. Yes, you should buy this stock. What we talk about, the program is called Trade Ideas. I'll put some out there, but it's up to you. You must have a trading plan of some sort. You're going to see other people in the trading room talk about stocks. You have to have some kind of a trading plan, though. So, sometimes, I'm a momentum trader. You may not like that. Maybe you want to be a pullback trader. You want to have a pullback to certain areas, maybe the VWAP or a certain moving average. So you have to have some kind of a trading plan. Number one, cannot rely on others to tell you what to buy or sell. Now, but we do talk. I mean, the QS. What I said was this, that red line on the QS chart, that is the next high. If I backed out on this daily chart enough, you would see that the next high in the daily chart is right around here. It's 796. So for me, it would have to take that out. Then it has a shot, I mean, there's a huge void. So all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put an alert up here and see if it takes it out later. And if it does, I'll get very interested in taking that trade as an example. What are you talking about, Derby? You could just put it if you don't like putting we're just talking about putting a delay on the actual alert. If you don't wanna do that, you don't have to, We can put a count filter on or a time of day saying, "Don't show me alert in the first 10 minutes." That's all. If you don't wanna do it, don't do it. It's not delayed. It's not a real-time delay. It's just delaying when you get the alert, that's all. It's an option. Look at this, okay? Well, if I went here, I could say, "You know what? I don't wanna see them right off the bat." So I could say I search, I click on time of day, add the filter. So if I didn't wanna see any alerts in the first 10 minutes, just because I wanted to see things settle down a bit, I put 10 in here, okay? But it's just an option. I don't get all, "No, no, no, of course not." And I have no control over the software, Derby, okay? I'm not the programmer, or Darby if you're English. So, Javier, how can you catch them before they run so much? Well, I mean, if you the OMGA, as an example, was running in the pre-market. So you've got to, if you're looking in the pre-market, you can see that OMGA started running right there. There was at 6 o'clock Eastern time started to run. I don't know what sort of volume it was. So you'd have to, be around in the pre-market. I know you changed your name areas. I know. Like most of these things start in the pre-market. Okay. What we're hoping for is maybe some kind of a pullback, maybe to the VWAP, but you're not you're going to miss this move in the pre-market unless you're watching it in the pre-market. All right, guys. Now, I'm just looking at some of the AI alerts. So Sting STNG is a that is a shipper, of course. STNG. All right. Wow, look at that dime. So that dime really did move, but it looks like maybe as it topped out a bit. AYN. Yes, indeed. That was a big. So if you were watching this one when it hit the top here, no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that if it doesn't trigger in the first 3 days, I mean, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade, of course. So what Dip Buyer is talking about, the trade of the week, which is a free service, I'm going to go over a lot of the stuff that you'll find on my homepage. One of the links is for the trade of the week. So this is the trade of the week this week. So when you get the email, about an hour before the market opens Monday morning, it's all laid out. It gives you a suggested entry and a stop and all that. So the suggested entry was 910. So you can see that obviously Monday was a holiday. So this is the high on Tuesday 888, the high yesterday 891, and it has not hit 910 today either. So I'm not. I thought Steve used to say that if it doesn't trigger in the first 3 days, then it's sort of a non-event. I may be wrong. Look at this market, guys. Shrugged off that. I guess the job numbers that came out at 8:30, and now here we go. We are now Dow's up well, Dow's up. Nas is still down a little bit. So XLK. So the the tech stocks are still sort of a little bit of a drag on the market. All right, guys. So you can see that again, that high right up here has sort of blocked it for a bit, the QS. And it's got a little bit of room underneath this WTRG, a little bit of room. Not much though. 37 approximately. So we're at 37.41. So when you hear me say that, what I'm looking for, if I want to take either a short or a long, I'm looking left on a daily chart. I want to see where is the next, if I'm going to short something, where's the next low looking left? If for me, for instance, if the next low looking left were down here, 35.75, and the stock's at 37.40, that'd be awesome. But I look left and I see that the next low is right around the 37 mark. So going from 37.40 down to 37 is not that big a deal. Now, if I knew it for sure was going to get there, fine. All right, let's take a look at this Mobileye. So basically, this is kind of an earnings play. What they did is they said, "What? We know we'll release earnings on the 25th of January, but we're sort of pre-warning that not going to be that great." So that caused a huge drop, still down 25%, but it has come off the lows, 26.79. So it has come off the lows of the day of the in the pre-market anyway, and it's about $3. All right, guys. So APA, this is the company acquiring CPE. So this is a typical reaction. Acquiring company gets hit a bit, not a bit. That's down 6%. Down 6%. There goes the Mobileye guys. Just mentioned it. Look at this market. Big surge here now, guys. Big surge in the market. Everything is almost positive. NAS is still down a little bit. Okay, guys. OMGA is coming back now. Coming back. There's the VWAP, 541. So let me put an alert right a little bit above the VWAP and see if I can take it out. We might be getting ready for round two. So I'm definitely interested. I see that Shady's in the OMGA right now. I would personally, I will like to see it take out the VWAP 540 personally, but I'm going to wish Shady well on this one, of course. But I want to see maybe if it can take out the VWAP. What a We haven't seen this in a few days, guys. You know, the market's been ever since Tuesday. Market's been in a bit of a decline. And look at this. Look at this candle on the SPY. That's at 15-minute candle. New highs, as in the new highs of the day. Number 480 is the magic number. I mean, we're at 470 now. 480 is the magic number. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, guys. The cruiser. Okay, keep an eye on this one. NCLH cruisers were beaten up the last 3 days, and the NCLH above yesterday's high. More importantly, when you look left, look at the room it's got. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 20, but it's got a couple of dollars till that next high on the daily chart. It's basically looking just like the SPY. It's trading just like the SPY. So I'm sure I haven't got CCL up, but I'm sure it's going to look the same. RCL probably also the same. Just to satisfy your curiosity, take a look at RCL. This is definitely the leader in that sector, RCL. But the trading with the SPY, almost identical to what the SPY is doing, which can be a problem. Okay, because I mean, if the SPY pulls back, then this is more than likely going to pull back. They're not trading on their own. I typically don't like. I typically don't like trade stocks that are trading identically. Try to find the stocks that are more or less kind of the alpha stocks that are trading basically on their own, not as dependent on what the overall market is doing. Just one moment, please. Guys, sorry about that. Okay, guys, Mobileye, definitely, well, definitely on the move. I don't know how much longer it's going up, but This is definitely a nice recovery here from Mobileye, MBLY. Oh yeah. Okay. Mobileye. And this is just going crazy now in the option activity scanner. Okay, there it is. Okay, OMGA just took out the, come on, 540. Okay, so 540. And there's the QS guy. So remember now, the QS, you might be right at that high. Might be right at it. In fact, that red line you see on the weekly chart, that is the next high looking left. Actually, that is more like 818, right around there. Anybody see any news on this one on the QS? I could not find any news. I saw it running in the pre-market. But I mean, listen, if it takes this out, I mean, it's traders are going to look at this 1391. And that's the one we wanted, Pepe. OMGA is still kind of struggling a little bit to get through that VWAP. Oh man, okay, guys, QS. All right, KROS. Now this is a little more interesting. Maybe this is showing up. Now we're starting to get some in the combo scan, guys. And these are not, they weren't runners in the pre-market. Now KROS just showed up. That looks like the next high looking left is 50.56. Not bad. It's got to take out that high right there. You can see that red line. And then SEM showed up. Yeah, getting a little, yeah, I just think, there's another red line there. Again, those red lines refer to the next high in the daily chart. If I back this daily chart out, you would see that that would be the next high. Maybe just a little bit too close to the current price, maybe. There's a real cheap one, guys, moving down. I'm not that interested. OPK. Okay, I'm really interested in QS if it can take this out again, this 8 level again. I'm gonna put an alert up here, 802, see if it takes it out. May not do it, but I'm gonna take a look at NCLH. I wanna see if it really tracked the SPY like it was before, NCLH. So not as close. I mean, there is a topping tail there. Now look at the QS now, guys. Boy, this is it's just got to take this out right around here, I think, around 810 or so, and that could get rolling again. It looks extended and all, but sometimes they're just it's like looking at things that look so overbought, but they just keep going. I'm not saying that's going to happen. Well, this one is rocking here, guys. I mean, I did not take it. I was a little worried about this high right there, but this one is rocking. SEM coming from again this combo scan 2569. I'm glad we're starting to get some more expensive ones in. This is what I really saw. The more expensive ones were the ones that really seemed to move. And remember, I use this like a watch list. So there's the OMGA. I mean, it's trying to come back again. It's over the VWAP again. I'm going to go over all this in about 6 minutes. Well, the problem with the cheap ones is that most of the time they have run in the pre-market. There it goes. There it goes, guys. OMGA just had to take out that VWAP in a bigger way, and it did. Six. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just trying to determine maybe a bit of an exit for me, with some anyway. It's called, if you go to my homepage, I haven't put my homepage link in, but if you've got my homepage link, you go to here in the tab called Barry's homepage, click on the link and go to the scan section, and it's the bottom right scan, okay, and the two columns that are there, the bottom right scan. It's called normal option activity plus a 10-day daily break, something like that. Yeah, look at Sam from that scan. I mean, I didn't take it. I was a little concerned about that red line, but this is more like it though, guys. I mean, the OMGA worked, at the watch list, right off the bat. Taking it was not bad, but then it pulled back. Look at the SEM. This is more what I'm used to. I mean, 25.69, 26.22 now. And again, every single alert you get there is not going to be a rocket ship, of course. But again, you use it like a watch list, especially for trading. It can be overwhelming. So if you have to have some kind of trading experience, be able to read charts, etc. But if you use it like a watch list, you're only going to get about, I don't know, almost for sure no more than 10 symbols a day to pay attention to. All right, guys. So keep an eye on the QS. The QS is still very interesting, in my opinion. Okay. The longer it holds around this 8 level, the longer it holds around this 8 level and pops through, maybe it gets up to 810 or something. Okay, I'm maybe just waiting for one more move for OMGA. Maybe it can take out six, maybe later. QS guys, I mean, it's all because when you look left, look at the room it's got. So close. It's so close. I mean, the high right there is 825. That could block it for a bit, but well, it could be. It could be Ash. A lot of people will look at it, look at that at that VWAP or a moving average or something, pulling back to a certain level. Yes, if that's your trading plan. If that is your trading plan or style, to watch for pullbacks to a certain level, be it the VWAP, be it a moving average of some sort. QS. Yes, I'm in it, guys. I am in this one. I want to see if it can take out the big level is 815 right there, or 825. The next level for it to try to take out. So in at 808, 808 for the QS. Probably if it gets close to 8, I'm out again. And again, this is not a recommendation to do what I'm doing. And yes, it looks tremendously extended. You know what else is looking interesting is calm, guys. Maybe this is the calm before the storm. Take a look at calm, what it's doing. It's kind of chopping around this area. It actually went positive for the day after being. Was this a gap down? Yeah, that was a gap down. That was a gap down at the beginning of the day. Earnings play gap down, and then it went positive. Just kind of hanging around this area. Look at SEM. So when I did not take, all right, OMGA coming back. Maybe a burst through 6. Boy, what an active morning. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Now, why I'm saying that, that's my sound alert on this scan right there, the abnormal option activity. So every time I hear oh man, I take a look. And of course, being in this one, that's what I want to hear over and over and over again. Oops, don't have it at the top here. So, wow, a couple of I think we're back, guys. We are back, okay, with the combo scan. So I tell you what, let me go over my homepage right now, okay? Lots of exciting stuff happening on that. In my opinion, and when I say my combo scan, let's not forget Pepe, and I'll explain that. So first of all, if you are new to this room, welcome to the room, okay? This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. So at this point, I'm going to go over what you can find on my homepage, including all of the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. And if you hear a little step in my step in my voice, that's because every time I see QS up here, that is music to my ears. So you can see, okay, now this is, I just took some off, guys, just in case, because that is the high right there, 825. Okay, I did take some off just in case that 825 is going to stall it. But if it can break through 825, look left on that weekly chart, the next high is nobody's saying it's going to get up here. Okay, but and what I would say is this, so you don't have to follow me. I mean, taking some off here, but before you took the trade, first of all, you have to have a stop. Where are you going to get out if it's not working? And then in my opinion anyway, the way I trade, I'm always looking left to see potential stall points, stalling, preventing it from moving higher in this case. But you have to have some kind of a trading plan, okay? Do not rely on others. It's okay to listen to, myself. I'm throwing out ideas. Shady's got great ideas. Real's got great ideas. And I'm sorry if I'm not mentioning anybody else, but there are a lot of people in the room with different trading styles and ideas all day long. You have to have some kind of a trading plan, though. If I talk about something and you look at it, and go, well, I don't like that. It doesn't meet my trading plan. That's fine. So anyway, let's take a look at my homepage and what you're going to find there. So first thing you're going to see is a way in which you can take out a subscription. Now that is not valid anymore. The Barry 25 is not valid anymore. I've got the gentleman who looks after my homepage. I've asked him to change it. The 25% off is now gone. Okay. So best you can do is 15% right now. So what you would do is use Barry 15, okay? You'll get 15% off. The Barry 25 doesn't work. It's not that I don't want you to use it, it's just that it doesn't work. Okay? So, and as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really, really go a long ways to keeping this room free. This is what we want to be able to do. Keep the room free. How do you do it? Use my promo, okay? If you do take out a subscription, here is the getting started. You must do this. You'll start off with your download and install, your first startup and login, 10 short videos, take you about 30 minutes. Get down to here, introduction to scans, and that's what we're all about, scanning and looking at top list windows and alert windows, okay? 7, 8, 9, very, very important. Now, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos that I think will really help. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, so if you're new to trading, I would really take a look at this. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it free, of course. We talked a little bit about the trade of the week. The trade of the week this week is 10, right? I don't think it's triggered. No, TME. What am I talking about? TME. It's 10. So when you get the trade, now, first of all, when you sign up for it, you should get it about an hour before the market opens on Monday mornings. Okay, it is free service, and you'll get an email, and it'll indicate what the suggested entry is and what the stop would be. Up to you how you trade it. If you trade it, may not meet your trading style. So for TME, the suggested entry was 910. It has not hit it. There's Tuesday. That obviously Monday was a holiday, and yes, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today it has not hit 910. So It's not a bad trade of the week. Right now, I would just call it a non-existent one. Okay. It just hasn't triggered. I can kind of see why Steve, and by the way, Steve Gomez will be in it, should be anyway, in our YouTube room when I take my break between 12 and 1. He's the originators. He's the originator of the trades of the week. And I can see why he said 910. This little area right there. Education section is over here. We have a great user guide. So clicking on our user guide, so there's that getting started section again. You must do this if you're starting out. Now, I would look at the alert window, top list window. This is a lot more detail, okay, videos and text, but what Trade Ideas is all about. Excuse me, with respect to alert windows and top list windows. You can take a look at stock racing, popular. And the other thing I would really look at are price alerts. Okay, now, first of all, being a software program, sure, it's a big manual, all right, like any other software program out there, but you don't have to learn everything. Certainly not all at once. And some of the stuff you may not even care about. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we've got or how big the manual is. But certainly alert windows, top list windows, you might want to look at stock racing. And I would for sure look at how to create a price alert on a chart. I'm going to go over all that. Here's that getting started series again. Now, daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room, and it works out perfectly. We've got 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders that take over for me. So today is Thursday, and that is typically Steve's day. So I will confirm before I take my break. I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve. And he may be doing double duty because I think Andy is on tomorrow, but he's on vacation. So I'm not sure who's going to be there tomorrow. But Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him questions about if you want. You can ask him anything, of course, but I mean, what is his methodology with coming up with the trades of the week every week? Pretty tough, trying to come up with one stock every single week. And last, but probably not least, if you're looking for my scans, okay? So when you click on my homepage link, you will be at the top here. Just scroll down a bit until you see this center section. So here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is what I use in the pre-market. If I'm looking for the ones that are really moving in the pre-market, I use this pre-market actives up and down. I've been using this for years. Okay, this is going to show me the gappers up and down. And you can also sort on the various columns that I've got. So if you want to see the low floaters that are moving up, you can do that. You want to see, the ones with the high short interest that are moving up or down, you can do that. You just sort on the different columns. Pulse resumes is over here. This is my abnormal option activity scan right here. Sorry, right. Just a moment. Okay, there's my normal option activity scan is right here. This is the momentum scan with I put a slight variation on it. There it is. What I did was I restricted it to stocks that had less than 500 contracts. Okay, options, puts and calls total. And I'll explain why. And then here's the scan I love, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout combo. And this is it right here. You can see the alerts that we've had today from it. Just 4 so far. And again, I use it like a watch list. Okay, try to follow these stocks all day long. Sometimes they set up at different areas of the day. Sometimes you get an alert, it pulls back from the alert and pops through the alert again. Oh my goodness, look at this. Oh my goodness. And that's the oh my GA, OMGA. through six now, guys, through six. Give me a moment, guys. And there's QS right back up, guys. QS is right back up again. I kept I'm just waiting to see if I can take out 825 in a bigger way. Okay. Why 825? Well, again, if you look in the weekly chart, that is the next high looking left. Well, I'm not sure, dip buyer. You know what? When Steve comes into the room, YouTube room at 12 to 1, you can ask him that question, or I can ask him the question now. I just, in the back of my mind, I used to think that if it didn't trigger by Wednesday, that it was sort of not considered. I may be wrong. Let me just ask the question right now. Okay, I have so I've asked the question. Okay, if it hasn't triggered by Wednesday, again in a normal week, then is it considered dead? See what he says. Okay, okay. I see a question about the colors. So you're talking about in this multi-strategy window. Okay, so for instance, so briefly, what a multi-strategy window is, you can take typically is used for people that don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows taking up space. What you can do is you can take alert windows and put them into what we call a multi-strategy window. And I'll show you what I mean. I right click on it and I hover over strategies. These are just two alert windows. Okay. Moving higher with unusually strong options volume, moving lower with unusually strong options volume. I could put, in theory, an infinite number of alert windows in here, okay, in a multi-strategy window, in theory, which is sometimes not a bad thing to do because they don't all have to be active at the same time. So notice here, I've got check mark. So if you had a huge list of alert windows in a multi-strategy window, but you only want to use a couple of them for the day, maybe, based on market conditions, you would just check the ones you want. Okay. So the question is, how do we get the color? So you can see by my hovering over this first one, the top one right here, then there's calm, guys, calm on the move. But man, what a day! Lots and lots of action today. Moving higher with unusually strong options volume. When I hover over it, you notice this box pops up, and there are the colors. Okay, that's what I've chosen for stocks moving higher. Suggestion to go long, light blue. But if I want to change that, I just click on that color. And very simple. You've got a foreground, you've got the background. Obviously, the background is that light blue. So if I clicked on the background, a palette will show up. Now I can pick something different if I want. Okay, if I don't want a light blue, or I'll just cancel that. And if I wanted a different foreground, like something not black, I would just pick on or click on the foreground. So that's how you can basically you can customize how you want it to look. Okay, and then of course you're obviously understanding right here, brown. And but if you don't like the brown, you just make a change. Okay, guys. Yeah, I'm not sure that this QS is going to be able to take out that 825. So that's why I took some off, before. And why 825? Because just look left. All you got to do is just look left. What did it get up to? What did it get to today? Got up to 827. All right. And look left on the weekly chart, 825. So it's kind of stalled in that area. But you can see if it can break through that, look left. There is a ton of room, a lot of space. Nobody's saying it's going to get up here, but all we're trying to do is take some chart resistance out of the equation right now. What's going on? What's what do you when you say what's going on? Okay, I mean if you're looking for news, like, here's some news. Shares are trading higher after the company announced a potential separation of Concentra. That's the news today. Well, here's the deal about news. Okay, it doesn't really matter. You can look at news and you think, well, that's got to help this stock. Okay, it doesn't really matter what we think. The market is telling us. Okay, that's the perception. Okay, that's the perception. Used to drive me nuts, looking at news and thinking, okay, this has got to do this. This should go in this direction because of what I just read, and it wouldn't. This is years ago. I don't really. I mean, look, we can look at news and think, okay, in theory, this is what should happen, but I would never take a trade based on that ahead of time, thinking, okay, based on that news, looking at SEM early on, seeing that news, I'm going to short SEM, right off the bat, because my perception is that that was bad news. So that's what I mean. I don't let news influence me in that regard at all, if that makes sense. Funny videos. Hello to you too. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Guys, look at QS. It's trying. It's trying. Again, that 825. Super key, I think. Now, Sam also has the 200-day right there, guys, 2682. So you can see right now, and it did pop above it briefly, but that could be stalling it again. And maybe this is going to turn into a bit of a short. I'm just watching this QS. I want to see QS right up here again, because that would mean it's made a new high. That would mean it would have to be 827. Okay, while I'm waiting for that to hopefully happen, Just a word about what Trade Ideas is all about. If you're brand new, we are a scanner, okay? And it's important to know the difference between a scanner and a screener. A lot of screening programs are out there that, quite frankly, say they're scanners, then they're not. We're a real-time scanner. So if I look at this alert window called Momo, I right click on it, configure, and summary. Okay, this is the screening aspect. Of course we can screen. This is the screening aspect, these filters. So in this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, this means it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time sensitive. Minimum of 100,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all of these screening filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so the last one. Sorry, I'm going to have to shut this down. I don't know why that dropped down. I'm going to bring it back up. So the last time all these filters were met and the stock made a new high for the day was at 10:55, and that was for BKYI. Since then, it's 10:58 right now. Since then, no other stocks have met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. So that's how the real-time alerts work. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, great. But if you don't, in other words, maybe you don't like a price range, maybe you want more volume. Now, typically, when I see these, when we get an alert, it's well over 100,000 shares. The only reason I put it in theory kind of low is to catch the early moves. Okay, I don't want to put like 2 million share minimum because by the time a stock hits 2 million shares, it may have already run too much. Okay, so but it's completely up to you. All right. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. This time I click on search. And again, like I said about the guide, don't get hung up about how many real-time alerts we got. Right at the top here, the two most popular, the new high and the new low of the day. Two most popular. But look at all the other real-time alerts we've got. Lots and lots and lots of them. Don't get hung up on how many we've got. And we have a lot of different filters that you can use. You do not have to learn them all. I only know a handful of them. Okay. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to have enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so don't get hung up. Common question. I think your program is too hard. How am I going to learn all these? You don't have to. Now, if you're an experienced trader, you can scroll down and say, they do have the sector breakdown from the open, whatever that means. Okay. They do have the gap down reversal. Okay. But if you're new to trading, don't worry about all these. You don't have to learn them all. Ooh, this QS, guys, it's almost like it's potential energy just being stored up underneath that 825. Again, why 825? There's the high right there, 825. It's on the weekly chart. Yeah, sticking an alert around 828 and see if it takes that out. Again, I have some left. I took some off just around 821, 822 mark before it hit that. It did pull back. I do that so that I can protect some of my gains. And then if it had another pullback, I wouldn't get so anxious about it. But here we go. So at this point, we don't have to worry about any chart resistance, at least on the weekly chart. Okay. At this point, you just look left and look at that big void, big gap, whatever you want to call it. And that's actually, it's been a good one from our AI. You can see right there. The alert was at 783. It's at 832 now. It's up 6.28%. Yeah, the alert was about the same as the one in the combo scan. Okay, there was the alert at 788. In our AI, it was at 783. So let me explain a few things. Also, I am an intraday trader, so all I'm looking for, or my goal all day long, is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. It's that simple. Why would I want to take a stock that is not trading abnormally? It's stuck into something that's not moving. Okay. Why would I want to do that if I want to be an intraday trader? So one of the great filters that we've got is called the relative volume filter, pointing to it right here in the single stock window. So when we look at QS 11.21, that means it's trading up to this time of day, approximately 11 o'clock Eastern time. It's trading about 11 times normal. Obviously, that is abnormal. So that's number one. Number two, in conjunction with option activity. Now, I don't trade options, but I'm looking for stocks that are having trading abnormally when it comes to their option volume. So again, let's take a look at QS. Hugely abnormal. 82,000 contracts, and that represents 6.2 times normal, 623% of normal. Okay. So coupled with the relative volume, the volume, and then its option volume, this is why this is a stock that should be followed all day long. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving higher all day long. I mean, at some point, if you're into, trying to figure out a top of a stock and shorting it, fine. But as far as like a watch list stock to be followed all day long, because you've got a big combination of like extraordinary option volume plus volume, which leads me to this scan right there. So the other scan that I really like is this option, the daily breakout, 10-day daily breakout, and the 10-day daily breakdown. And what we were finding is that if a stock, if the same symbol was in here, either in the breakout or the breakdown, and also in the abnormal option activity, it was something that really should be followed. Okay. This is a 10-day daily breakout. Other filters are in place, of course. And in fact, one of the hard filters, it has to be 8 relative volume. So it's got to have high relative volume and some other filters, and it has to be above, it has to be a 10-day daily breakout. So again, finding that a stock that was in this, like in these lists right here, and in the abnormal option activity, really we should be following. So that's why I call it Pepe here, because Pepe's, instead of are having to sift through the both lists and figure out which ones were similar, you combine these two scans, and so here they are. If you look at SEM, CROS, QS, and OMGA, if you look here, those stocks are here also. Okay. And so this by far my favorite scan, okay, to watch all day long. Sometimes they set up at different times of the day. Now, it doesn't mean I don't look at anything else, okay? But I certainly want to watch these stocks all day long. Well, in order to get a blue arrow, the question is why would my 15-minute QS not have a blue arrow like yours? Well, you have to click on the symbol. It has to be in an alert window or a multi-strategy window, okay? And all that's telling me is that's the time, right there on that candle anyway, on a 15-minute candle, okay? That's where the alert happened. If I change this to a 5-minute chart, okay, you can see there's the blue line right there. But you have to click. You have to click on the symbol in order for the symbol for that blue line or the blue arrow to show up. All it's doing is just telling you the candle in which the alert happened, and it's kind of cool because then you click on it and you can kind of go back in time and say, okay, that's where we had the alert. What did it do from there? Okay, make sense? So if you just load, if you're just type in QS, yeah, it's not going to show up. You have to click on an alert. So if I click on and this is the don't repeat. I like to do this because now I can go back in time. So if I click on SEM, the alert was at 10:19 Eastern. The price was 25.69, and I'll see a blue arrow. It's hard to see, but it's right there. Let me get back to my 15-minute chart, and there's the blue arrow. So that tells me, okay, what did it do from there? Wow, pretty good. Okay. So Conga, the scanner name is called Abnormal Option Activity plus the 10-day daily breaks combo. Okay, that's what it's called. The bottom one in the right-hand column. That's what it's called. And that only Wolf, that only works for alert windows and multi-strategy windows. If you clicked on a symbol in a top list window, it won't do that. That's the only time it won't do it. Okay, so yeah, I just had a confirmation from Steve. So if the trade of the week does not trigger in the first 3 days, then it is considered dead. Okay. So the fact that Monday was a holiday, so if it does trigger today, it is considered still alive. Okay. Now you can trade it, and if you want, if it triggered tomorrow, doesn't mean you don't take the trade. But for his purposes, if it doesn't trigger in the first 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, it is considered a dead. But again, you can trade it if you want to. It's up to you. Well, I'll take 2% credit for the scanner, okay? Because I was noticing, and I said out loud, and I think that I said out loud, there should be a way to combine the scanners so that we could do, and Pepe did it. Okay, so I'll take 2% credit. Okay, I put the scans together, and then I just kept seeing the same. If I saw the same stock, I said, "Man, great if we could combine it somehow." So am I allowed to take 2% credit? But again, a dip buyer, of course, you can trade it the way you want to. I mean, if TME hits 910 tomorrow and starts to run, yeah, why not? 2.5%. Okay, thank you, Michal. No, I can't take all the credit. I will not do that. Okay, you versus you. Is there a way to scan doji candles in TI? I see there was one alert, but it's not giving all the doji. The doji alert is very poor. There's no other way to create it. No, there's no other way to code it. Okay, sorry. I don't use it, so I've never really come across it. So I don't know when you say it's very poor. I really don't know, but there's no way to code it any differently. I know we have symbol lists that are dojis for the day. Yeah, you can't code it though. Okay, it is uncodable. I mean, you can make a suggestion if you want, but don't hold your breath. But you can make a suggestion. Okay, so I have not gone. What time is it now? 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, Steve is. I better confirm. I'm almost 100% sure, but I should confirm that Steve will be taking over me in our YouTube room. So let's go over a little bit of money management. Look at this done. Wow, that was an. This is not. This showed up again. I will trade things that are outside of my that great combo scan. And this is going to give me ideas. I did not take the DYN. So let me go over a little bit of money management, okay? And this is, for people who are new to trading. Let me take a look at this one for argument. Actually, let me take a look at QS. Explain. Okay, first of all, before you start committing money to the market, you should practice trading. Number one, we have a great simulator. You need our standard service. Okay, it uses our real-time data, so you don't need a broker. If you're still undecided about who your broker is going to be, that's fine. But you want to practice trading, you can use our simulator. And all you have to do is click on New from our toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus, and this window will show up. You may have a variation of it with different tabs and all. And also, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, unfortunately, it's not available. Okay. So, number one. So, if you have it loaded, now more likely what it'll look like is it'll say not connected. All you have to do is click on Sim underneath Brokerage Plus for simulation, taper trading. Click on it. Now, if it doesn't turn to simulator, if it says account, just click on it, and then you'll get a simulated trading default will pop up. Okay, never mind this combo one, just simulated trading default will pop up. Now you're in the simulator. Okay, now you can practice trading. So if I wanted to take QS, and I'm going to explain why I'm taking the number of shares I'm taking. 500 shares. I'm going to buy, click the buy button and send it. Okay, here I am in the trade. Entry 829. I'm going to put a stop at 809, and I'll explain why. I'm trying to make the math very easy. You will see approximately, once the number shows up, approximately minus 100 on the chart. Okay, this is minus 102. So why does it say that? Well, first of all, the way I trade is I have kind of a checklist, and unless I can check everything on that list, I don't take the trade. Now, don't go thinking, well, I this has got to like 10 things have to happen before I take a trade. Then you'll probably never take a trade. But most of the things for me, by the way, this LFMD just showed up. Wow, I wonder if that was shortable for me. Ooh, this just showed up on a suggestion to go short from that scan. It's not just longs. I'm not in it though. I was busy explaining, unfortunately, but this is not just long opportunities. There's the brown right there. 590 was the alert. It's at 577 right now. So again, the way I trade is I'll have a checklist. Most of the things that I see will already have the things that I want checked. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside of a price range that I want. It's going to have a minimum volume that I need, probably a minimum relative volume that I need, and that's because I create my scans like that with all the things that I typically want to be able to see. Okay, and so my next step then is when I click on an alert, is I look and first thing I say to myself, if I took this trade, where am I going to get out if it's not working? Okay, that's the very first thing I say to myself. Where am I going to get out if it's not working? And then the next step is, okay, if I took this trade and now I know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and because I'm typically a momentum, I'm seeing stocks near the high or the lows of the day, then I'm looking left on a daily chart and saying, okay, if I took this trade and I know where my stop is, where could it go until it hits that next high? And I'm all about risk reward. So if I were going to risk 10 cents on a trade because that's where I think my stop would be, I have to be able to look left on a daily chart and see that I have unimpeded movement on the daily chart of at least 20 cents. In other words, risking 10 cents to make 20. That doesn't mean it's going to move 20 cents, but that when I go into the trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making, if I'm going to risk 10 cents to make 20 cents. Now, it could be if I look left on the chart, it could be $1 until the next high, which is obviously even better. So that's my thought process. I look left, or sorry, I know where my stop's going to be, and then I immediately look left. Where could it go before it's going to hit the next high if I'm going long? And if the risk reward ratio it works out for me, then I can take the trade. So in this particular case, I wanted to make the math super simple. So notice I put my stop. I put my stop for QS at 809, which is 20 cents away from my entry. And again, I wanted to make the math simple. So because in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. It says a minus 102, but that's close enough. So I took 500 shares because if I'm going to risk $100 on the trade, if I get stopped out, $500 times 20 cents, which is the difference between the entry and the stop, equals $100. Conversely, if I divide 20 cents, my stop, into $100, I get 500 shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet. You know how to do that, referring to your risk, whatever that risk is going to be. And the risk meaning how much are you willing to lose on the trade if it's not working, and have it point to that number. Then you can just input your entry and your stop, and that'll determine approximately how many shares you should take. Don't get hung up if it's, not exact when you get into the trade. Look at QS. Okay? So, sorry guys, just watching this. I mean, again, nobody's saying it's going to get up here, but you can see that here's the room. It's got 1388 on a weekly chart. Nobody's saying it's going to get up here. And I'm just putting price alerts. Just letting me know. I sort of pretend that if I put a price alert above the current price and a stock I'm in, I'm inducing it upwards. Of course, I'm not. I mean, it's just but I like to pretend I am. Now, the other thing I do is that I do not vary my risk, how much I'm willing to lose on a trade by very much. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 to the next, 50 to the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. Okay, within reason. And how I like to demonstrate a $100 risk in the simulator. So that is the first step. The second thing I want to point out is that until you can make money in a simulator, do not try to trade live. Obeying your stop in a simulator is well, it's pretty easy. I mean, if you get stopped out, it's not your money. Okay, it's very simple. It's very, there's no emotion, in other words, involved in trading in a simulator. So if you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money live when you're trading live. Now, unfortunately, as I was talking about emotion, just because you can make money in a simulator doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to make money when you start trading live. Why? Even if you've followed all the rules, when you get into a trade in the simulator, you've been able to check everything. You put in a stop that you like. By the way, that should have been a question in people's minds, especially if you're new. Where am I going to put my stop? How do I know where to put my stop? So, I mean, typically the way I trade is I'll maybe look at a 15-minute chart, check to see where I think there could be a support level, a price support level. So if it broke down below that, I want to be out of the trade, as an example. If I were new to trading, though, because again, support, we get the question all the time. Well, do you have support and resistance? Can I scan for that? Well, my idea of support, your idea of support may be very different, and resistance. Okay. I do know this though. Wow, what a great short that would have been, guys. The LFMD. Too bad I was talking. I would have probably, breaking down below the whole number. Ah, what a great short. I mean, on a percentage basis, 590 down to 550. And yeah, you look left on the weekly chart. Now, I may have been a little. I probably would have taken some off at five. As it approached 565. That is the next low looking left. But now look. I mean, no. Again, I'm not saying it's getting down to 419, but there was nothing on the weekly chart that is stopping this from moving down. Nothing. I have a very simple style of trading. I just keep looking left. I look left. I look left. I look left. I'm still waiting for my T-shirt, guys. What a short on this one, LFMD. I don't know anybody. Pepe, did you take that short? See if there's any news on this one. Here we go. So WW Weight Watch, well, because we're not allowed to call it Weight Watchers, WW and LifeMD fall as Lilly launches a website for weight loss drug. There you go. So let's take a look at WW. I don't think I've seen WW on my scans. Well, you can see, yeah. So LFMD though, definitely home delivery option for Weight Watchers for weight loss drugs. So it's not foods, of course. These are the drugs. Go QS. Sorry, guys. I shall shamelessly cheer this on. Okay. So if I were starting out though, sorry, I know I'm jumping around a little bit here, guys, but if I were starting out trading, because again, looking at a chart, sometimes, if especially if you're new, it's not maybe obvious where you could put a stop. But I do know this, that if you use the low of the previous 5-minute candle as an example, and maybe practice doing that. The reason for that, of course, is that is a defined number. There's no guesswork. And you can practice maybe using the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. So that's all well and good. Now you're ready to start trading. And here's where the really tough part begins. And it is, believe it or not, obeying your stop. Even though you made your stop in the simulator, if you lost money, you say, "Oh well, it's just play money. It's not really my money." But over a few months, I don't know how long it's going to take. People ask the question, "Well, how long is it going to take me to be in the simulator before I start making money?" I have no idea. It depends how disciplined you are. Depends on the type of scans that you're using, I suppose. Where you're putting your stops. All sorts of things like that. But let's say you've progressed, you're making money, now you're eager to start trading. So you get into a trade and you obey your stops, and then all of a sudden you get into one and it looks awesome. It even had news. News is not one reason why I take a trade. It could be a bonus, but it's not a reason. And so you get into the trade. The room is talking about it. We're talking about it. It's showing up even on my favorite scan. It's showing up in our AI. The room is talking about it, but it doesn't work. It starts drifting down to your stop price. And you start thinking to yourself, you know what? I'm going to dissipate my stop on this one because I know it's coming back. This is too good for it not to come back. And so now instead of being down $100, now you're down two, three, four, $500 before you finally sell and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Almost as bad is if you don't obey your stop, you're down $400 or $500, and then it does turn around for you, and now you're up, and you congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. Of course it can happen. But in my experience, and I had nobody telling me all this when I first started trading, obeying your stop is probably one of the most critical things you can do as a trader for money management. Okay. Commissions are so cheap that it's not an excuse. In the old days, it used to be an excuse for not obeying your stop. Commissions used to be in the hundreds of dollars in the old days. So it was pretty tough to try to get in and out of trades. But look at it this way. You obey your stop, you get out of the trade, and maybe later on in the day, it sets up again for you. You can always get back into the trade. Okay. So that's it, guys. Off my soapbox. Practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Okay. And this is not working. See, it's not updating. So I'm going to have to exit it out. Chris, I don't know if you're listening. See how it's updating now? But now I got to go through the rigmarole of I have to look at counts in here still. Yes. Okay. Of no, don't worry. what I'm doing here. Okay, now now you can see I've got, I really like having the max P&L and also the distance from the exit price 2 columns, okay? So what this is telling me, okay, that at one time in the OMGA trade, I was up $226. I've allowed it to basically go flat. Obviously, that is not a way to trade, okay? If I'm watching this in the QS trade, I'm up, the max was 60, I'm basically up that amount still because it's at the high. Now, nobody is telling, I'm not going to say that, well, you've got to get out right at the absolute penny high, which would have been 226. But you don't want to let something that you were up $226 turn into, basically flat or even worse, a loss. You've got to start being able to, manage your exits. You don't have to get out of the entire trade, but you should be managing your exits so that you don't let something that you're up a fair amount in, number one, give it all back, or even worse, turn into a negative. Well, too bad this DYN. Now, why DYN is not showing up on the 10-day daily? Look at QS. Wow, I love this one, guys. It's just all sorts of patience and all that, and it's a hot, big float. People ask me, do you only look at low float stocks? No, I'll trade anything, but they got to be moving. You guys, by the way, this is called a support room also. It's not just a trading room. So, you know, don't be shy. Ask questions. I mean, if I'm tied up doing something, I'll certainly let you know, but don't be shy. Ask questions. This is a support room also. I'll do the best I can do. If I can answer the question. If I can't, I'll try to direct you to somebody who can, especially if it's some kind of a scan that I may not have. But we've got the 5 different traders. They may have a scan like that. It's just a matter of my alerting them and asking them. I don't even know what the news is for QS. Somebody I think posted it before, but I don't even know what they use at US. Well, it's both. That's more. Okay. I call this a trading and support room. Okay. So you can ask questions. What happens between 12 and 1 is that one of the other traders takes over for me in the YouTube room that you're in, and you can ask them questions also. They're more. I'm an intraday trader. Most of the guys who take over for me, well, on Thursday and Friday and Tuesday. 3 of the traders are way more swing traders. They don't have time to sit and look at the market all day long. Yesterday, Jamie definitely looks at the market all day long. That's his day in our YouTube room. But again, you can ask me questions, either in the support in the YouTube room or the main room. We have two rooms going. Okay, they're both the same. In essence, they're both the same. You can hear me. You can see my screen. It's just that the main room has a lot more action. There are a lot more traders in there, and traders exchanging ideas. Whereas you notice, right, you're in our YouTube room, Vassmore, and you notice, there's not that much action. There's not many people talking about trading. But this is, if you want, you can come into the main room too, or not two. You pick one or the other. You can't be in both rooms. It's not an audio anyway, because you'll have a slight delay and an echo. Does anybody use TradeStation? I'm sure somebody uses TradeStation. So, question in our support area is, anybody use TradeStation? So you might want to answer. If you do, you must have a question about it of some sort. I don't have. It's up to you. It's up to you, Magua. Okay. If you like the idea, the suggested entry is 910, but it's up to you. Really? Wow, that is good news. So let's do a little recap of the stocks that have come through the combo scan. Okay. Now the OMGA, if you'd taken it right at 933, you would have done okay, but then it pulled back. If you had waited again for the break, 565, like, again, I use it like a watch list. So, I mean, it got up to 633. That's pretty good. What can we say about the QS? I mean, that's been awesome. I don't think the KROS really has moved yet. It could move later. It could move later. I'll stick an alert at the alert price, 49.20, and see if later on in the day it takes that out. And of course, the SEM was awesome. Oops. The SEM went an alert at 25.69 before it pulled back. I mean, that's a tremendous pullback too, 27.28. And then this one on a short has been awesome, 590. I think it got down to 550 anyway. So anyway, I love this. We're starting to get, hopefully now going forward, we're starting to get a few more every day. I don't know what you see, I never saw the email. So somebody, maybe Pepe or somebody who has the email. I don't think I really saw the email, because they'll have a suggested exit. It might be a moving average, or okay. But you can sign up for the trades of the week. Okay, sign up for it, because when you'll get the email, and again, just click on my homepage link and trade of the week right here. You can sign up for it, and it's all laid out. Thank you very much, Pepe. So there it is. 849 is the suggested stop. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. The thing about QS, guys, that for me is somewhat amazing. And I mean, look at the float. It is very rare that you're going to see a 32% move with a float of 349 million. Very rare. I'm going to check. I want to make sure that I want to check that dilution tracker. It shouldn't be, it should not have it there. Yeah, it's not there because it's not. Yeah, so that float is, that's a big, big float to be moving that amount of that percentage. Again, Ash, you really have to have a trading plan. Okay, so with the let's put it this way. Um, I see. You don't know where I sorry, you're talking about QS. It's all about the risk reward, okay? So this is a way in which you can kind of do it. I don't know what your stop was. I don't know where you got into the trade. I don't know, if you had a stop, but let's pretend that you got into the trade at 780, okay? And you had a stop at 10 cents. Okay, I'm just trying to make numbers up. So your first risk reward would be a 20-cent move. So if you got into the trade at 780 and it got up to $8, that is, you're risking 10 cents, you've made 20. Let's say it moves to 805, 810, and then it starts dropping down to maybe your that level again. You may want to take out some to protect, some initial profit, but you can start putting, if you want, lines on the chart, horizontal lines on the chart at every 10-cent intervals to show you, because the first one would be the 20 cents if you had a 10-cent stop, hopefully not confusing the heck out of everybody. And then after that, 10 cents interviews, because every 10 cent would be another risk. Like if you've risked 10 cents and it's moved up 30 cents, no, you've risked 10 cents to make 30 cents, one to three, and so on and so on. And start putting levels like that and seeing, if a level starts to fail, maybe take some out at that level. But you've got to have some kind of a trading plan. My style is a little more out of the seat of your pants. I mean, listen, I will not take a trade unless I have a reasonable expectation of making, and a real hates this, but a 1 for 2 risk reward. Okay. I won't take the trade. In other words, if my stop is 10 cents and I look left and the next high is 5 cents away, I'm not taking the trade. No, no, it means that if you took the trade at 9:10 and it went, so the question, and don't be sorry. Never say sorry unless you ask that same question 100 times. Okay. But seriously, don't be sorry. There are no stupid questions, guys. We all started out brand new. And I know I've said this before. I wish I'd had a room like this, not just because of me, but because of everyone who really helps. I had no idea what I was doing. Okay. No idea what I was doing. So anyway, so what the stop is if you took the trade at 9:10, okay, for TME, and it moved down to 8:49, you should get out of the trade. That's where you get that. That's where you should get out of the trade. That is what has been suggested. Okay. Now I'll be honest. I would not take the trade. Now you can ask Steve. Steve will be in the room, but that would not be now. Well, of course, it's a loss. Not every trade is going to work. Chef Boy, not every trade is going to work. That's why we're saying you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade with a manageable loss. Okay. A manageable loss in terms of dollar amount. Okay. Not every trade is going to work. Okay. Of course, it's a loss, but not every trade is going to work. Well, again, I don't know what Steve said in his email, if he actually put some kind of a profit target, but I'll be honest. This would not be something that I would take because Not at 9:10. This is me, okay? I'm not trying to, dump on Steve's but listen, Steve will be in the YouTube room in about, 14 minutes, and you can ask him, okay? He is the originator of the trades of the week. But if I look at 9:10, what the first thing I see is over here, 9:20. I would probably wait for a 9:20 break. The reason being is that if I'm gonna get at 9:10 in at 9:10 and, and I'm not sure it's gonna take out, 9:20, which is only 10 cents away, and if I follow his method to the T, 10 moment. Now, understand, Steve is more of a swing trader. These are not day trades, okay? Now, they could turn into a day trade. You can trade it any way you want. For instance, if you got in at 9:10 and the thing shot to $11 in, 5 minutes, I mean, I'd be taking some off, okay? But they are designed for longer term holds. But getting back to, just give me a moment here. Getting back to that 849. So let's pretend, okay, that is 61 cents away. Let's pretend it was 50 cents away, okay? When I say 61 cents away, if you took the trade at 9:10 and the stop is at 8:49, that is 61 cents away. Let's pretend though it's 50 cents away, just to make the math easy. And if you were going to risk $100 on the trade, if that was your risk amount, okay, if your account size, hopefully it makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But let's say your account size says, okay, I can risk $100 a trade. You could take 200 shares of it because if you lose and the stop is 50 cents away and you obey your stop, 200 shares times 50 cents equals $100. Okay. But for me, if I'm going to take the trade, I would have to have a reasonable expectation of making a dollar on the trade. If I'm going to risk 50 cents, I want to be able to, I want to have a reasonable expectation of making at least a dollar on the trade, risking 50 cents to make a dollar. Okay. Risk reward. So that is, and I'm not, Steve has his reasoning for why he's taking this one. You can ask him. But we all have different trading styles. So, I would probably, let me take a look at a monthly chart. I would probably wait for a 9:20 break. Yeah, if you look at a monthly chart. Anyway, you know what? Ask Steve. He'll be there in about 11 minutes. But again, these are more designed for longer term trades, okay? Oh, I didn't see that reel. I didn't see somebody talking about a new. All right, guys. Oh, you're talking about TradeStation, Ion. Okay. Yeah, if I had a broker that I had to call them every time I wanted to short, I wouldn't be using that broker. But it's very hard for me to believe that is what TradeStation does. I mean, I can't believe that you would every time you want to short. It might not be great for locates, but I mean, if they had shorts available, surely, I mean, you'd be able to short without having to call them. Yeah, it's just hard for me to believe. I mean, TradeStation is, has been around forever. Okay, guys, I am oh, look at OMGA guys again. Again, this could still be setting up for a later day run. OMGA. You know, believe it or not, I mean, if it can take out, say, that 620, 619 area, um, the high in the pre-market was 647. That might be an issue. On the monthly chart, next high looking left on the monthly chart is 888. Let me get back to a weekly chart though. So, all you need is one good trade a day, guys. Yeah, look at the weekly chart for this. $7. I'm not, again, nobody's saying it's going to get there. But this is the type of look that later on in the day, if it just kind of rests around here for a while, you know, sometime in the afternoon, the enthusiasm comes back, get some volume, and it could start to rip again. No guarantees, of course, but and I'm not anticipating that it's going to. In other words, I'm not anticipating that it's going to rip again, so I'm going to take the shares right now. All right, guys, I am going to put the announcement in. I'm not gone yet, of course, but Steve will be showing up. I'm going to be on a break. Oops. Around 1 p.m. ET. Any parting thoughts on WBA? That was the earnings play, right? WBA. So, whoa! Now, what did I say about the DYN guys? DYN. It was going to show up when it took out yesterday's high. Now it is a 10-day daily breakout. Now it may be a little too late for me, but plus I'm going to be taking my break. So yeah, I mean, to me, there's a stalling right now at 24.06 for WBA. I mean, if it can take that out, you know, it may still have a recovery in it. If you're into moving averages, there's the, now again, I do use pre-market data. There's the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. And it's kind of holding. So maybe that holds it. There's a 10 SMA down here. I know Steve likes that one. That's way below it though. Now this could be famous last words, guys, on the DYN. You know, you see why it showed up because it. Remember, this scan is a 10-day daily breakout. So it, you know, you might say, well, why didn't it show up earlier? Well, it had to take out yesterday's high for it to be a 10-day daily breakout. Okay, guys. So my focus right now is later on in the day, the OMGA. If it breaks through 6 again, it could turn into a great late dayer because it's got room. It's got room to run before it hits resistance. And the DYN, because I'm going to be taking my break, I just can't take this one. I mean, there's a part of me that says why not, but on the other hand, see that red line there? That is the next high on the daily chart. That is the next high, 1923 or so, and it's getting very close to it. And somebody said, I might have said it, $56 price target by Raymond James for DYN. So that's probably helping it. Wow. I mean, look, guys, I mean, how awesome. I mean, I'm not in it, but 1874 to 1921. You can kind of see why, this scan was kind of dormant for the last 3 days. We only had about 2 or 3. But going forward, by far, my favorite scan, by far. If I could only have one scan, that's the one I'd be looking at all day long, all the time. Some days, it may not give very many alerts. Okay, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Now, watch what I'm going to do here. I'm going to get out of this trade, this QS trade right here, okay, in the simulator. I'm going to flatten it. That's how you can get out of a trade. You just flatten it, highlight the trade you want, and flatten it. So max P&L was 200. If I got it right at the very high, but I'm 196. Obviously, that's good. However, the other one to look at is the distance from the exit price. Okay, and at this point, of course, not really, because I'm in the trade in my real account. Of course, I wanted to keep moving higher, but you keep an eye on that distance from the exit price, because what you'd want to see is a big negative number. Okay, eventually, that would mean great. Where I got out, it's dropped quite a bit.
You hear me?
I can hear you barely, Steve. It sounds
Barely, huh? Okay, let me try again.
No, you're good now. You're good now.
Unmute.
Just
Okay,
let
I'm
me
good now.
okay, just let me put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, guys, Steve is in the YouTube room now. Before I go, Steve, let me just put the YouTube link. I think I forgot to do that.
Okay.
What a morning.
All right. Well,
Okay,
sounds like
guys.
being in support.
Yeah. Okay, guys. I just put the YouTube link in the room. Steve is there now. Okay,
Yep.
you can head over and listen to Steve for his hour. And I'll put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys at 1:00. Steve, and
Yes.
let me ask Tuba. Well, you can ask, okay? One feature that Trade Ideas could add, pausing your subscription. You can always ask, okay, to see what they'll do for you.
Yep.
Okay.
That's right.
It's we don't have an overall policy, but you can always ask Tuba. So let me put in, if you went to support. at trade-ideas.com and just said, hey, here's my account, give them your email and say, I'd like to pause my subscription for, I don't know, a month, 2, whatever it is, and see what they do. Okay.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. So, how are you?
Hang on a second, got a double mute. I'm good. How are you?
Well, this has been a great day, so I'm doing really
Great.
well. Not
What
that I should base my days on how well I'm doing trading, but it doesn't hurt.
what was the big winner? Because I have
Well,
no
my big
idea.
winner is QS. My big winner is QS, actually.
QS. Okay.
It's actually an AI alert, but it showed up on my
Ah,
favorite scan in the combo scan
right.
also,
Right.
and at 788.
Look at that. No
And
pain. Just riding
yeah,
it higher.
and look at the float, Steve. 349 million in the float.
Yeah. Wow.
Extremely rare for a stock to be up, 34% with that
Hmm.
float. Extremely rare. But that
Right.
made it a lot easier too. It wasn't as wild. Look at a
Were there a lot
15-minute
of
chart. There's not one red bar.
AI stocks running today? No, not really, huh?
QS is, I don't think that's an AI stock. I
Oh, I
think
thought
it's,
you said it was an AI stock. I didn't look.
oh, no. It meant it came in our radar in Holly.
Oh, I got you. That's where I heard. Okay. Well
Yeah.
done, Holly. See, I haven't even had a chance to look at that. It's been an
Mm-hmm.
extremely busy morning.
Mm-hmm.
And there he is. Look at that long breakout. Well, somebody
Yeah.
better do a video on that. That'd probably be
Mm-hmm.
me.
Well, I'll be doing a video on it,
That's
so
true. Okay.
definitely. Okay, my friend.
Looks good.
So
I'll
I'll
see you after your
try to
vacuum.
relieve you at about 5:2.
Okay.
Does
Sounds good.
that work? Does that work for you?
Yeah. Yeah. That works fine.
Okay.
Take what I can get.
Okay. Okay. Okay, Steve, thanks.
All right. See ya. All right. It's that time. Hello, everybody. Oh, cool. I see people piling in. Thursday, my regular hours, giving Barry a break here at Trade Ideas. If you didn't catch, I have not really done anything this morning. I'm a swing trader by nature for a reason. I have many other distractions and multitasking notifications that go off on me. It's like landing a plane over here some mornings. So I don't have the focus to trade the way Barry does, and I had no idea what was even going on today. I'm happy to talk about the trade of the week. You maybe saw I did have that loaded. Um, Kind of a technicality here. Normally, I know Barry was explaining earlier. As you can see, this is a strong stock coming into the end of the year there, and it took a couple days. And since we had Monday as a holiday, normally we give it to Wednesday to trade. Would be the third day anyway. So as you can see, it did tickle. My line turned from blue to green, meaning it tripped. I was not watching. Before I came live here, I went ahead and I bought a half position. All right, I'm not going fully loaded into this thing, but I bought a half a position, and I also simulated it in the brokerage plus. That's why you can see the B right there for the buy. Okay, that being said, this is always priority is always given, I should say, to any user, or there was a group of users, I don't know if they're coming in today, who need help. We can't just drop everything and do Zoom meetings. It would be great, but it's not scalable. We don't have the bandwidth here, and there's only a certain amount of people that can do it. And as you guys are all aware, this is a great program. It's so incredibly rich. You don't even realize sometimes how much is in there, but it doesn't stand out to you. So I want to try and help people find the best that they can get out of it based on how they want to use the program, whether you're trading quickly and getting in and getting out, or you're swing trading. I know some people may show up today that wanted some swing trading ideas. So we'll get to that as well. But that was kind of my opening salvo. I know Andy, I heard him, he mentioned it on Friday last week. He said, I think Steve's in some TZA. I did. I took some TZA home over the new year. How about that? And I actually covered it yesterday. I covered it yesterday towards the close because IWM was, I was actually approaching lows towards the 20-day SMA. I was getting a little nervous. Yeah. So as it broke through this 20 and kind of filled that gap right there, I took profits. And so I'm not sticking around short. Okay. the reason I bring this up is here, I'll go both ways. I'll swing short and swing long. But my sweet spot, is 1.5 to 3 days. And I can't stand sticking around too long and maybe having the payroll report that came out this morning goose the market back up. In hindsight here, it doesn't look like that's happening. The market is getting weaker. So maybe there's some more weakness on the bone, so to speak. Let's look around the market real quick. I don't see too many questions building up. I'll get to you guys in a sec. The Qs are in no man's land as far as I'm concerned. They have no moving average, but they do kind of have some linear support there on a pivot level. I think the SPYs are a bit more put together. I'm going to have to turn off my, hang on. I'm going to turn off my browser charts because when I broadcast, these get a little slow. SPY daily chart, you can see we hugged the 20 yesterday at the close. We breached it on the open, tried to run some stops in the SPY, reversed, and we're still holding right here at this 20. So really, this is the benchmark, right? The S&P 500, and this red line I call the backstop. All right, the 10 SMA on the daily is the momentum line. We had momentum for weeks on end, and when momentum breaks, which it did here, the backstop comes into play. That's why I call the 20 the backstop. Since I was in the money and had a fat profit, I took it. You got to pay yourself sometimes. So I figured let's start the year off right. I'm not short anything else. I'm long some things, and I can talk about those in a minute too. Hang on one second here. As I said, things going off. You can give this URL to Raj. Okay, hang on one second. Moving things around over here behind the scenes. This is what I do. Hold on a second. I'm doing a social media purchase here, or a movement. Okay, so let me finish off my thoughts. The market is kind of on the fence here. Yeah, the Nasdaq's a little weak. The IWM, the Russell 2000, the small caps, and the S&P are holding this level. Look at these lows back here. So we're kind of just really holding this level pretty solid. I just put a price alert in there for the most part. There it is, just below the low of today. So if that triggers, I might have to thin out of some longs that I have, but there's no reason for me to think that this just isn't a normal, healthy pullback on the S&P. If it were to breach and it's not quite there at a full healthy pullback, I think 460 is in play because of this congestion back here. So we shall see. Right now I'm leaning on the moving averages. I took my profits over a 3-day short and I'm out. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, Timothy. Do you ever explain here how you set up your watch list? I just find things that look interesting, like strong, and I'll give you a perfect example. I couldn't participate this morning. I just wasn't fast enough. I'll just type it. Hive. These Bitcoin miners have been crazy, especially with what happened in Bitcoin yesterday. It took them down hard. But you can see I like to put in price alerts. I put a price alert in here and it'll turn blue because I reset it. But to answer your question, Tim, sectors, whether it's AI sector, whether it's Bitcoin sector, mining sector, or what, I'm looking for individual names that may have done something, but I see, I go, whoa, that's a pretty good looking chart, but I'm not buying it here. This is just due for a reversion to the mean pullback. So why don't I tickle myself and alert myself in the future just using the simple trade ideas alert, price alert? So that's a big key component of how I set my watch list. So I might set that price alert and I might just heart. I've already got a heart on Hive. So Hive is in my watch list. This is the hearted watch list over here. I scroll through up and down, and a lot of times, look, I'm going through, look, Mara, Cypher, another one. So I'm just seeing quickly that these are the mining stocks, and they're Riot. They're bouncing back after a pretty good drubbing. So I kind of started at the sector level, Timothy, and I know the players within each sector, and I kind of keep an eye on my favorites within those sector. And a healthy market is what we call a market that goes through rotation. Rotation is nothing more than the big money doing the same thing I do. Get in, lighten up, raise some cash, buy the pullback in this sector. And it's just a constant surfing session, all year long. And so The year started with a brand new model. I'm sure a lot of fund managers were changing some things up. Didn't really know what was going to happen. I'm happy to expand on that. I noticed that the IBB on day one of trading, there it is, strong. So get familiar, Timothy, with some of the IBB players. Who are some of the strong biotechs, and then start putting hearts on them and build your watch list. The other sector that was strong, what was it? Healthcare, XLV. That kind of makes sense. Who knows? Maybe. But here's XLV. Look at that. Bang, started the year strong. So get familiar with some healthcare names and start watching those, and then just start cycling through the jump rope. You come back and you're watching some of these things and you see XLV pulling back and moving right into a moving average on higher lows. This is a swing trade type of an entry right there. Waiting for this green candle to make you feel good is not a good entry. You want to be positioned before these big green candles and then using those to take your profits. All right. Hopefully that helps, Timothy. If you want me to expand, let me know. What's up, Patrick? I'm staying out of silver right now. I don't like the beginning of the year. As I mentioned, the change in the models of the fund managers. There's just a lot of goofy stuff going on, and gold and silver is getting jacked around a lot. I am long. I said I would go through some of my longs, and it's a perfect segue. I am long CDE. I watched this thing up here. I was actually long, looking for consolidation and a breakout. This is a perfect hindsight trade for you guys. I followed my rules. Actually, midday, I noticed midday. I didn't even wait for the end of day. I didn't like the way this candle was rolling over and giving up its 10. So I got out for a small loss in CDE, but I kept the heart on it. I watched and I watched. And then yesterday I noticed it tried to wash out a couple times, and I picked some up pretty much in the pit there, leaning on this 50-day moving average. So I'm always looking for my entries. I'm looking for a contrarian level that makes sense in a strong stock, mind you. But this thing, I mean, it really got raped. That's a pretty big break, broke the 200. So I'm leaning on the 50. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but it's a paper cut. What I'm not going to do is stick around on stocks that close like that and then just wait for the drubbing until it finally decides the selling is over. I'm looking to get in, get out. So that's another one that I kept an eye on. But I am long CDE, Patrick. That's the one and only silver exposure I have right now. Let's take a look at PSLV. I think that this is an area down here that is interesting. I almost caught myself buying some AGQ yesterday, but I didn't. I'm going to let it just kind of sort itself out a little bit. I'm seeing, if we're going to use PSLV here, there's no reason that it might, and this is a perfect example. I will create a price alert. If it does run down there and try to take out these stops, because everybody looks at this chart and they go, oh, wow, boy, I'd hate to lose this level. See, I'm putting myself in the mind of other traders and groupthink here, saying, boy, if we break 768, I really don't want to be a part of that. I'm going to put my stop in at 766 and hope I don't get hit. Well, there could come a time in the next couple of days where the price action washes all those people out and then reverses. And if it does that, I might be interested. But for right now, it's a bit early in the year. I still think I want to see how these sectors and how these money managers are chasing, or what they're doing with certain sectors. Okay, moving on. Find Son of Thomas. Hi, I'm always behind the market. Okay. By the time I get to know stock, it's almost reached its peak, near a peak for a long position. What am I missing? Find Son Thomas. If you're still with me, did anything I said in the last 10 minutes kind of maybe apply to you? Because I think it kind of answered what you're saying. I'm basically saying don't be that person that's chasing green candles and chasing breakouts. This market is designed to prey. And if you want me to get into the details of it, we can go right into Citadel and the algorithms and the commission-free trading, and where they sell out your orders. And there's a big Skynet in the sky that pretty much sees the entire chessboard in real time, and there's an AI running it. So more power to you. Okay, so fine. So I'm basically saying you've got to be more contrarian. You don't want to be chasing stocks. Now, somebody asked me, how do I get stocks on my watch list? Well, I will watch them and I will keep an eye. All these stocks over here I have on my radar. I've clicked, the heart button at some point. Now, I like to buy pullbacks, but I will also buy breakouts of consolidation. In this case, I clicked on Groupon. Groupon is still on my watch list. It's been hearted. I've clicked on the heart, so it's something that I watch. So I'm clicking on it for the first time today, and I'm noticing it's above all of its moving averages. And in this case, it's not a chase. It's not a chase because we're in consolidation here. So this is the kind of trade where, you almost have to enter an anticipation or a starter position. Let's move to what I mentioned on the opening. I bought some TME, which is the trade of the week. It triggered up here. Look at this. It triggered and then it reversed. So if you're the person that's always buying the triggered breakout with full size, you're almost destined to suffer a pullback. So what I did is I waited for a bit of a pullback and I bought half. This B right there is my buy on the trade of the week. Let's move back to the daily chart. We're talking kind of a cup and handle situation here. We're not chasing this stock. It's had a lot of time to work off and digest this price level, 860 to 910. So now, if I go to the intraday from yesterday, it's riding its momentum. It is currently in momentum mode. I hope it can stay in momentum mode. I'd like to see it get a good amount of volume to come in as we come back and we retest the original breakout. Now, this could be the point at which I would maybe double up and add to the position on the second breakout. That's one way to do it. But to answer your original question, I think it's very important to not feel like you're the herd and you're chasing the herd. You have to be going against the herd and going contrarian. So I used an example of a silver mining company that I jumped into. Again, maybe you missed it, but I waited for a reason. Silver's been strong, bounce, pull back, bounce. I was long up here, but I had to cut it because it broke that momentum line. I was out. I waited. And all of a sudden yesterday, I noticed it touched the 50-day moving average. So this is what you call being contrarian. This right here, buying right there is chasing, something that's been going. It could go, but more than likely, you're going to suffer that immediate pullback. So what I really want to instill, whether you're trading a 5-minute stock or a 15-minute chart or a daily chart, try to be contrarian, buy when they're selling and sell when they're buying, but do it with meaning and reason, whether there's a level of support, pivot, or a moving average. In this case, the 50-day moving average is a very strong moving average for me. So what I don't do, guys, is I don't sit here and wait for a scan to come out and then just buy it blindly, willy-nilly. I'm a completely discretionary, 100% discretionary trader. I don't follow a system. I don't follow a method. I just kind of keep my eyes on things using my own time frame, which is very slowed down. I'm looking for 1.5 to 2, 3-day moves, and then I'm out. But you're not going to see me buying something that's already ran. Let's go to something that ran like crazy, like Mara. I can just click right into that. That ran crazy when the Bitcoins were running. And so if you were like buying these candles back here, I mean, if you bought this and you got a gap up, you got lucky. I mean, there's a lot of space. When I see this much space between the moving averages and the current price, I start to get nervous. That's a lot of airspace to fill. And you see it had one more last gasp and then blah. So you don't want to be chasing stocks. You want to be finding levels of support. And in this case, curiously enough, it found support at the 20. And that's what I mentioned earlier. Maybe that's what the S&P is trying to do right now. Are they trying to find support at the 20-day moving average? So I closed my short. I'm still long some things. I added to something. I bought something new, which what I showed you was TME. Let's go ahead and reset this. All right, so I'm going to reset this to a new high. If it goes through, I'm going to look at the volume. I'm going to want to see how is the 5-minute and the 1-minute volume. I don't know if I want to add to it. It's already, come a long way. I shouldn't say it's come a long way. It's come a decent amount, but there's nothing that says it can't give us a nice push into the close today. And if it does do that and closes on highs, then I'll take it one step further. What I want to see is this run today, break out, close on highs, And then tomorrow, guess who's going to be a seller? Fundos Thomas, that's going to be me. I'm going to be the seller. I'm going to be contrarian. I'm going to be selling to the people who are rushing in and were late to buy. What moving averages? So I will go over my moving averages, and then I will backtrack because I see some stuff. My moving averages on the daily are the 10, which is the momentum, the 20, which I call the backstop, and then the 50 in blue, which is the general bill of health. If a stock is above its 50, it's in good health. If it's below its 50, I generally don't want any part of it. And then this big 200 day, that's my daily. 15-minute chart, I only use two moving averages, the same one, the 10, but it's 10 15-minute candles averaged, SMA. And this one is a 5-day moving average. It's just rolling slowly. It's got 130 periods in 15 candles, gives it a 5-day average smooth. So there's only one thing that kind of concerns me a little bit at the moment is the amount of space between these two right there. As you can see, it kind of coagulated and held on to that level and pushed off of it. So once it runs out of momentum, it kind of wants to come back to this. So that's why I use this one on my 15-minute chart. All right, let me back up and see. I think I might have fallen a bit behind. All right, Dairy Blood, hello. Linda Ratchke hates silver. I've been following Linda Ratchke forever. It would be correct, and she hates silver for a valid reason. It is probably one of the most manipulated assets out there. I can get into why and who, but I'm not gonna. I'm holding on for a day when this system, the crooked, broken system of creating COMEX shorts out of thin air, kind of like the Fed creates dollars out of thin air and then dumps them into the market. There's a reason they do that, and they manipulate it, and the banks do it. JP Morgan has been fined. Bank of America has been fined. So Linda Ratchke has, for good reason. It's very hard to peg that. Buy red, sell green. Yes, you would be correct. That's what we're talking about. Contrarian. MOBX. Okay, a new issue. Interesting. So the first thing I'm looking at is it's coming up. Here's my 5-day moving average, which is finally being calculated on a new issue, and it's trying to drive itself through there. It's having a little trouble. It's right back to that level. So that's the first thing I see. There's not a lot to look at on the daily, so you don't have many data points to look at other than that's kind of a pivot point. We can see right there the low of day one was kind of the high of today. So you've got that going against it for the moment. You've got a great amount of volume. That's a plus sign. So, this is what I call it a pinch, where it's riding the 10 SMA up. You see that right there, riding it beautifully. But then it runs into a bit of a stumbling block. But that doesn't mean it's over. You just got to say, I accept the fact that we're going to have some back and forth here. But, an hour from now, it might push right through there. And the 10 has won the battle of the pinch. There's the corner. Price being painted into a corner there. All right, Timothy, can you look at Saidu, looking for a good entry? So the daily is volatile. Let me just check something here real quick. All right, so the daily is volatile. Look at that. It ran, pulled back, found the 50-day to the T just perfectly on Monday, built off of that. So we're on a second day. So now all you can really do is switch over to the intraday. And I don't know what your time frame is, but it's holding up. Look at this 5-day moving average. I say this is like the guy that forces the issue. On the 15-minute time frame, if the daily chart's in motion and this 5-day moving average is starting to come up and get into the mix, that's interesting. Because generally speaking, it will be the hand that forces the price action higher. Now we're still maybe an hour or two away from that. I don't know, but for the moment, you got a nice little consolidation above the momentum line. It's definitely keeping an eye on what this 5-day moving average is doing. So it's holding, but that's not to say that it can't give way at any time and come down and test that. So as I said earlier, I get nervous when I see a lot of space in there. Okay, a bit worried about CDE, played it often, but 60 million. Yeah, I try not to get too hung up on the fundies. Sometimes I let the chart tell me, and it told me for sure I missed. I got out at the right time. I'll tell you what. I'll just call you find. I can go into my other. I can't do it on here. I can go into my other trade. Sorry, here we go. I'm going to give you by way of, and anybody else, by the way, I'm giving you my chart settings. I sit here and talk about them. Well, we can plug them right in. So here's my 15-minute. That works. Let me try that again. That's my 15. Okay, then my daily. I'll do a space this time. Is this one. All right. So anybody who wants the chart settings, you're free to use those. All right, let me come back here. Let me get a drink of water. All right, Happy New Year, Perfect Circle. Charts are in there for those that want them. It take a long time to reset. The British pound survived 200 years. I don't know. I think we're getting close to something pretty crazy. I think 24 is going to be a really interesting year on a lot of fronts. Girl Trader would love your read on ELF. Love the movie. Trying to get Chris McKay to watch it. I think he's afraid to because he's afraid it's going to ruin Santa for his kid. So, what do we got here, real quick? We got a retail holding company, cosmetics. Definitely a strong market for cosmetics. It's like tools for men and games. What I see is a huge support level at 131.69, that level, because we can zoom out here and see the same thing. We've got 3 days basically where we tested it today, yesterday, and the day before. We'll call it 31.50. So I would put, first thing I would do is put a price alert in there. You don't want to give that. If that gives way, then you're just kind of asking for a date with the general bill of health line, which is my 50-day. So the good news is it's fighting back hard after a technical signal break candle. When I say signal break, what I mean by that is this day one here, see how it wicked and popped right back up and closed above the 20? That's acceptable to me. But the very next day, the closing candle value was well below, closed on lows, big red candle. That's when I say, boy, if I've been in this thing and I want to take my profits, that's the candle that spooks me out right there because I just don't want to ride it back any lower. However, what happened today was, here's a great example. If we zoom in, this is why I do not use stops on the open. Everybody last night who was watching this level said, I'll just put my stop. Remember, I just said this 5 minutes ago. The eye in the sky, the almighty algorithm at Citadel knows where all your orders are, and they usually pounce in the first 15 minutes right on the open. That's why I do not trade the open. Barry does not trade the open. There's too much crazy, unpredictable volatility on the open, and stocks are notorious for just going down and tapping the brakes and triggering all the stops at the obvious levels in the first 15 minutes and then reversing. So what I'm saying is you got that going for you. That's the good news, Girl Trader. So let's see where it closes today. It's got a little bit of some overhang, both time frames here. It's got the 5-day right up here. It's got these two little levels there at 140. Those are set levels of supply. So if it makes it back up to this area, we've got to call this a level of supply because it's basically right there under the moving averages. So I don't know if you're thinking about buying it, if you've been along it, or you're thinking about taking profits. It doesn't matter. Only you know the answer to that. I want you to just expect there's going to be some more selling and supply up here in this level. That's how I read that. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, Ralston, how do you find these swing moving stocks? Which scanner? So as I mentioned earlier, I don't have a go-to scanner that tells me what to do all the time, but I do like this one. This shows me all the short squeezers. RILY has 52% short the float. What does the chart look like? It's under the 50. I'm not interested. ASST, giant short float, horrible chart. Somebody mentioned UPST. So this one's kind of interesting. So Upstart is a good one because it squeezed. It did what it was supposed to do, and I did participate in part of that. I can't remember which part, but look at this signal candle closed on lows under the 10 SMA. Wouldn't you like to be the person who was long this thing and said, you know what? This close is horrible. And this is why I do my garden weeding at the end of the day on my swing trades. All right. I don't know if I don't think I was in this day, but I would have looked at that and said, oh boy, this thing is going to close definitively below the rising 10 SMA that's been holding. This is my signal candle. The movie theater's on fire. You quietly get up and you walk out and hope nobody notices. And then the next day you go, boy, am I glad I saw that signal candle. Well, to answer your question, this is still in play for me. This is an interesting stock. Why? Still 43%. That's probably come down a little bit. We'll see what happens. Floats, nothing special. But what I need to do is start playing my game, which means is this 50 SMA going to come into play? I might want to be a part of that. So I'm just going to grab this and I'm going to move it down here in the general area. Maybe of some, I'm looking at that level back there, these levels here, the 50-day moving. I'm going to eyeball this thing right about there. So what did I just do? I just gave myself a future opportunity for a possible trade. Jumping in here, I don't see a reason. I like to use my moving averages. One of the reasons I'd say that is because I think that's a key input with a lot of these algorithms that I complain about. They have to have key inputs. They have to have the math inside those brackets if and then when reverse target, you know. So I like to use those levels. They're obvious. And a lot of times these stocks can be kind of OCD. They literally, they won't reverse and do their move until they've gone down and touching the ladder with their foot, know it's there. All right, Ralston, good. Girl Trader, those load instructions. So do we need to configure this to get your view? No, the load instructions should work as if you haven't done it by now. I just clicked on the link and then a web page opens, right? And then I copy the URL. From there, I've got the URL copied. Load from cloud. It's in there. Load. And there's my chart. You do not have to make any changes. So it's as simple as that. Now, once you've done that, very good idea to file, save layout, and then default layout. Go ahead and save that. So the next time you open, you've got that that chart. Yeah, Alien Invasion. They've been saving that one. Project Bluebeam. Okay. I saw Barry say, oh, wow, look at AMC. What's he talking about? Oh, ugly. So here's a reason why I don't like to buy stocks that are under the moving average. It's like a basketball player is palming the ball, just bouncing it. It's just too much. Now, if you're a short-sighted player, these are the spots where you want to get short because you want to anticipate these breaks. This person here that shorted the second day, it went nowhere. But the person that waited and shorted these spikes, they're getting paid now. Now it's back on lows. It's probably ready to bounce again. So contrarian is what I'm getting at. Don't chase price. Anticipate it. Use the price alerts like I just did there in whichever one it was I just set. I can't remember. Upstart. So I was going through and answering, there's no real one scan that I use, but throughout the day, I'm constantly looking at charts and I'm setting price alerts. They're everywhere. And it gives me enough content to work with. I don't feel like I'm missing anything. Let's see what I'm in. I've been in Beat. I think, Patrick, we've talked about Beat. Boy, I was in it, and I was lucky when somebody came on TV and talked to their book and said they liked the stock, and that just set it off, and it hasn't looked back. So I have no reason to get out of that. It's kind of a core holding. As I mentioned earlier, biotech stocks are strong. Well, MindMed is an interesting story stock to me, and this is a great example of saying, does the chart confirm the story? Well, my story is on the stock has been in there forever, but it's been a mess of a stock. But all of a sudden, we've got the biotechs are strong in 24 already, and wouldn't you know it, MindMed, who does psychedelics instead of antidepressants and SSRIs, is above all key moving averages. So I call this clean air. There's really no moving average above. Now there's a prior high. Be nice to take that out. I think $4 could be on the horizon, and it's just up, back, up, back. It's just textbook. So that's another core holding. I'm not selling that. I'm not trading that. I've got TME. This is a trade. What's TME doing? Hasn't triggered. Again, if you missed it, this is the trade of the week. I've got kind of a half size. I could add to it, but I'm probably not, because I've got a lot of other positions. But I'll ride this wave. And to me, the perfect scenario on the trade of the week here is it breaks through the second time, follows through on good volume, and closes at or near highs after a good run into the close. And then that's day one. And I will become a seller on day two. So maybe you get a gap, maybe you get a push on the open tomorrow, but then I immediately start fading out. And that's my favorite time frame. What else am I in? CDE, we talked about that. Contrarian entry, silver miner play. As long as this wick holds, we got 2 days here above the 50-day. I'm happy. If it closed right here, I'd take it home. TGB is another miner I have. This is a copper play. Another fade. Okay, I did the same thing. I bought this pullback down here. This was extremely stressed up here at 150. I keep reading, copper's undervalued, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I'll let the chart tell me. Where will I cut it? I would cut it today. If it closed like this today and broke that 20 with a signal candle, it's gone. It's gone today at the close. Paper cut, no harm, no foul. Well, I have also got, I don't know why this came across. I keep an eye on I'm probably going to have to cut this one. I just don't like it. Starting to get that look like it's being played like a basketball. What I liked about it was this day back here, and I wasn't in it. Watched it this day, and then I bought it here. But it's just slowly grinding me, and I don't know if I want to risk it all the way down to a midday spike of the 50. So looking at the P&L, it's not that bad. It's kind of a paper cut. That one might not make it through the close either. Okay, and that's all I've got currently. No shorts. Sats has room to the upside. Let's see about that. EchoStar. Okay, so a nice 3-day sell-off, hard, almost into the perfect touch of the 50, but close enough works sometimes. Filled the gap too. There's a gap right there that was filled, so kind of a double whammy. Great contrarian buy down here. I don't see a problem with this. If you were to buy a stock like this, what I always do is say, if it gives away the low of today's bounce at day 1, 2, 3 with a reversal wick, if you give that reversal wick up, then there's something wrong with it. So this is a great contrarian entry. It's had a wonderful push higher. Obviously, it found resistance in supply. There was a lot of supply to sell at the 200-day. You have to expect that. That's what I was showing Girl Trader earlier. You got to expect where the levels of supply are. So 1, 2, 3 good solid days of selling, and contrarian entries can be good. So biotech Sava, and then I think we are caught up. I mean, you weren't talking about sets at all. Were you talking about Sava the whole time? Okay, so we're got kind of a pinch play here with a lot of intersections, right? We've got a lot going on. The 200-day has been acting as an absolute pivot. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Support. So the 200-day moving average was prior resistance. It's now acting as support after this big push. See, this is why I say don't chase stocks. When somebody asked me earlier, what can I do better? Don't be the person buying up here after a 3-day run. If you can just do that one thing alone, you'll save 80% of your woes trading. I guarantee it. This could have been an entry, but it gave way to a gap down. So now it's finding support in the rising 50. But when I said pinch play, I meant that because it's got the 10 SMA coming down. So we're kind of painted into a corner here. Let's see how it resolves. Intraday, look at that. That's why I use, look at this. 1, 2, 3 areas of interest, even 4 if you want to call it that. This is why I use the 5-day moving average, 130 candles on my 15-minute chart. It's just kind of a soft level of interest, support and resistance, supply, whatever. What are your thoughts on XLE? Let's see what XLE is up to for the new year. Well, it's above all its moving averages. It's in clean air. Major fake out today. Approaching the 5-day. You could make a good argument here for a contrarian scalp or a contrarian bounce. I'm trying to say swing trade bounce. I like it. I like it a lot. I can't stand being the person who chases these wicks to the upside on the first 15 minutes after a full day of a run. They don't last long. This is a perfect example of me talking about my day and a half. You get a good day of a run, and then I become a seller the next day. It's just hard to get a couple good solid days of follow through. So you might as well just pay yourself when you can, in my world. Nope, Girl Trader, this is it. The 12 o'clock sessions are a different person each day, but I'm usually on Thursday. I'm always going to be here on Thursday. There's my mind med going to highs. Had a boy doing it with volume too. So I'm happy to come in here and just spout as much wisdom as I can and show you examples. You know, we do have a swing trading ebook, PDF book. So if you want to email us, info@trade-ideas.com, just our general info, contact us and say you're interested in the swing trading book. I did a chapter on that. Some of the other traders here did a chapter on that. And that was probably about 4.5 years ago, maybe. But the content is still relevant. Barry even did a chapter in there. So, you know, you can ask for that. And then just please come by these daily support sessions. Whether we have a customer that, you know, needs 10 minutes of time to hone in something they're trying to figure out, we didn't even really get that today. We just got me, you know, rambling. But if you guys throw me good questions, we can have some good discussions, and we can use my desktop for good visuals. I'm not a fundamentalist guy. I'm not a method guy. I'm not a what do I mean to say? Program trading. I'm completely discretionary, and sometimes I've got the pedal to the metal, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I'm short, sometimes I'm long, sometimes I'm back in cash when nothing's working. But I've been looking at, I've probably got 40,000 hours of staring at charts now, and that's all I need to see are the footprints in the sand to kind of tell me what's going on. I'm glad you just learned about these. Spread the word. Girl Trader, I'm glad you joined. And normally Andy is here on Fridays, and he and I have been trading side by side since the beginning. He has 40,000 hours too. So he and I are very similar. So the Thursday, Friday group, myself and Andy are a good swing trading bit of content, but he's gone tomorrow. He's took some time off. He's skiing. So Chris will be in tomorrow, but starting next week, you know, hopefully you come back, Girl Trader, and you can get some good swing trading advice from both of us. XLE gapped up, profit taking. Love these. Yep, I would agree, Derby Blood. Do I use Trading Plan? I don't know what that is. Is that a service, or do you mean do I have a trading plan? No, I don't have a plan. I've always been a shoot from the hip, seat of the pants, what's happening in the moment guy. It's just my personality, and it doesn't mean it's the right way to do it. There are people, Chris Verma, he's one of the traders, uses our software to the extreme, and I love seeing his users come in and send the email, and they go, "Hi, I'm part of Chris Verma's Discord group. Can you please give me the 3 custom formulas that he uses?" And we do that for them. And the reason I bring that up is because here's a guy that's nothing like me. I read the bio on him. He's math and tested and back test and forward to. He needs to see the math and he needs to see it. Whereas I'm not wired that way. So the point is, there's no one right way to do all this. He has a great method, and for the people that are really, numbers oriented and results oriented and win percentage oriented and stuff like that, he's the right kind of guy. But for a swing trader, somebody who has a second job and you can't sit in front of things all day, but you can watch it during the day, that's more what I do, swing trader. What would you say about Hut? Have a plan? Yeah, Joe, my plan is just more kind of a set of rules. Am I long? Am I short? 40,000 foot view. What sectors are strong? What sectors are weak? Have I been trading well? Be aware that you can get overconfident when you're trading well. Have I been trading poorly? I need to come in and turtle and pull back and sit back. So there's many different scenarios. There's just no one right plan that fits me for every scenario. But again, that's my personality. I've just never been a planner. Let's just go. Get the car on the track. It drives me nuts. I've worked with people over the years where I'm like, let's just get the race car on the track and get it out of the garage and stop like contemplating how we're going to take turn 1. Let's go take turn 1 and see how it feels. That's my personality. So I don't really have a plan, Joe. What would I say about Hut? Mining company. Okay, so we're in the mining business again. No, this is a Bitcoin. Okay, so Bitcoin miner. So it's going to look just like Hive. It's going to look just like Cypher and a lot of those others, and Mara and Riot. They all look the same. So respectively for Hut, look at how it bounced off its 200-day yesterday perfectly. Drove the stops right down yesterday morning, tagged the 200-day and bounced. Now we're back above the 20-day. However, the problem with these Bitcoin miners is they trade all night long, and it's kind of like gold and silver. You can get whacked overnight if you're not careful. What I don't like is when I start to see my 5-day moving average start to rainbow like that. That means the more it starts to rainbow, the more issue it's going to have when it gets up into that supply zone. So that's kind of a strike against it. But I'd like to see this $12 level hold. I think that's a fair assumption. It's also a pretty strong level on the daily chart, it looks like. All those highs back here. This is all 12. So we have 12 as a pivot level. So you can see, guys, I don't just always go for the moving averages. I'll look left and try to find some patterns in the highs and the lows. And that is the 12-ish level. So that's why we had some consolidation there. That's your range, 12 up to this 5-day moving average, which will have to be resolved. So what it's going to take, you're going to need a big bounce in Bitcoin. And I don't know if you're going to get that. And do you want to lean on that hope and possibility for you to get your stock going? I don't know. That's a tough one. What's the lowest time frame you use? 15 minutes, but I will peak at 5 every now and then if I just want to make a point, but hardly ever, Joe. 15. And again, that goes to my personality. I've got other things going on during the day, another job, and I can't sit in front of every tick and trade. And I don't want to chase every tick and trade. It works better for me to kind of just check in and check out, check in, check out. And the 15-minute time frame gives me that noise, that relief from the noise that would otherwise bother me on a 5-minute chart. There's some momentum. There is some momentum list. Is that really a catching up game if we follow? Yeah, the momentum scans, yeah, those are going to be ones that you're definitely chasing. Some of them might work, but the majority of them are in momentum with volatility, which means they go momentum both ways. So what I would say you do with those names is you start to look at the charts that are interesting, and you click the heart on the on the chart, and so it goes into the my watch list, my liked watch list, and you should just start to get familiar with those names. Um, Meaning, oh, there's our time. That's what we want to see. We want to see that. We want to see volume. Look at the volume coming in, 500%, 1 minute. So good. That's good. You stop as 12. Good. Okay. So yeah, you want to be careful. Find some on chasing momentum. Be very careful. I mean, if anything, use the simulator if you want to try and play those. I guess what I was getting at is look for pullbacks, look for areas of pullback and consolidation where you think like it's bubbling, like it might be ready to push higher again. But just don't be the one chasing, because when you do that, more often than not, you find yourself just losing the buyers and the bid, and it just becomes really annoying. It's hard to get things to follow through. Yeah, let me type that in for the swing trade book for the people that I teased on that. Let me give you the email address, and we should be able to locate it. It's been a while, but let me type in the email address. And we should be able to dig it up. All right, get some more questions here. Let me see if I can catch up before Barry comes in. MPMW good? I don't know. Let's take a look. What does the chart say? Looks pretty consolidated to me on the daily, if that's what you got, MPW. I would put a price alert. I would put a price alert above the congestion and the consolidation, and then wait for it to go off. And if it does, then you could participate. Do I have a contact? We did that one. Yes, Barry, what's up?
I got a question.
You changed your screen name. Dairy Blood is Marius. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Marius. One more.
I got a
What is the
question.
options volume today? Yes, go ahead.
What do you mean you don't have a
Barry.
plan? What do you mean you don't have a plan?
I was
Now,
trying to say I have rules. I trade around rules rather
yes,
than a
you
plan.
have, but that's a plan. I mean,
Yeah.
I know what you mean, but because money management is part of a plan. You have a stop. You're going to get out of a trade if it's not
I have a
working.
percentage allocation for each trade, mostly.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. You probably have a price range that maybe you want to zero in on. You probably have a minimum volume that you won't take a trade
The way
until
I
it
call my
leaves it.
positions at the end of the day, if they're closing on lows below a key
Yeah,
moving average, that's a plan. That's my exit plan. I just don't have it
exactly.
written. I just don't have it written down in stone. I'm not organized. Maybe I should
No,
have
I
answered
don't
it like
either.
that. I'm not
I don't
organized
either.
enough. It's in my head.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but you do have a plan, okay? Because
For the most part, yeah.
yeah, okay. I was listening to
Couldn't
you
have made
say,
it
I
this
don't have a
far
plan.
without
I
a
just do
plan.
this and I just do that. I'm thinking, no, you don't. You have a plan because
Yeah.
otherwise, you're not looking at a stock going, oh, I think I'll take that one. No, you have a reason. I guess I call it reasons, reasons to trade.
Yeah.
What is the
Exactly.
reason you're taking
Right.
this?
Sometimes I'm in cash because I have no reason.
Exactly. Exactly. Anyway,
Girl
I'm just
trader,
kidding you, of course.
a girl trader, send that email, send that 50-day moving average, and I can try to either send you something I have built or build you something. But be specific, if you're shorting or going long, and what you're looking for, and I can build you, or I can do it and then email it back to you. Excuse me. I'll let you answer the question from Finley on the options volume, because you're pretty good
Sure,
at
I
that,
will.
Barry. I got to run.
You got to run. Okay, bye. Just took
Okay.
over. Thanks again, and we'll see you next week.
See you next week. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. And just give me a moment, guys. Back in both rooms, but the only thing I've got to do is get my music going. There we go. Regarding the QS, I am basically, well, I'm out of it now. I just typed in the symbol. I would have had to click on it, but there was a red line right around this area around 960. And so I exited a big portion of my trade around 930. in case it couldn't get to the 960. And that's kind of where it stopped. And I know Shady is short now. That's fine. But I'm out of my position. Uh, just a great trade for me. What can I say? I was in it just a little over 8. I took some out around 822 because I looked at that 825. And then after that, I just let the thing run. And that was just turned out to be a great trade. Anyway, um, what is the option volume today percent based on? So it's typically based on, I want to say 14 days, okay? So the 14-day average of how many option contracts have been traded over the last 14 days. So you take that average and then the option volume percent. So in other words, if a stock had traded on average over the last 14 days, we'll say 3,000 contracts, okay, on average, and you use that option volume percent filter and you put it at say 200% ratio of 2, that stock then, because remember it traded on average 3,000, that stock would have to trade 6,000. I'm sorry, 6,000 contracts a day before you'd see it, as an example. Okay. Okay. Does that make sense, Finley? It's taking a baseline, and I believe the average is over 14 days. It might be 10 days, but I can't remember I can't really remember anymore. It's either 10 days or 14 days. And so it takes that average number of contracts, and then when you apply that filter to it, so look at, for instance, QS as an example. It's traded 203,000 contracts today. That's 15 times normal. That's why this has been so awesome. 1,531%. I wish we had, we shouldn't go percents and ratios, just do one or the other. Anyway, it's at least a 10-day average, Finley. It might be 14-day, okay? Now, the other thing you just asked, when I minimize trade ideas to be in my taskbar below, you talking about here? You talking about down here? Technically, I'm not going to be great, probably, but I'm not sure I know what you mean. You're talking about here in the taskbar down here? If you can see my screen and want to hover over TI, all the windows that I've got open are up or are showing. So are you talking about minimizing the program? I don't want to do it, okay? But if are you talking about minimizing the actual program, and then it always pops back up to full screen. I'm still not sure I know what you mean. Because I don't do this, okay? I just, of course, leave. I never minimize my program, so I'm not 100% sure. I can't say that it happens to me because it might if I were minimizing the program. I'm assuming you're doing it because you only have one monitor, or you want to look at something else. By the way, it doesn't look like, oh my goodness, OMGA is going to do it. Doesn't look like it's going to do its thing, get through 6 at the end of the day. It's pulling back way too much. Okay, that is something, I don't know, Pepe, if you want to go over to YouTube and see what Finley is saying. I I have no idea. I've never seen anybody post something like that before as a question, so I'm sorry, I don't. And if you're busy, Pepe, don't worry about it, of course, but I have no idea. Sorry. You might want to, go to support at trade-ideas.com and see if anybody else has come by that, okay? You can ask the question. Ah, okay. I'm not able to post. I gotta go through that thing again, Pepe. Well, yeah, we don't know. It could go down, it could go up, for the OMGA. Okay, guys, I'm not able to post right now in our YouTube room, so let's see. How do I do that again? Just give me a moment. All right, I'm back. Good. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, so your best bet then is to go to support at trade-ideas.com. Just see, if that. No, 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 no. I did not say that at all regarding OMGA or whatever it is, OM. Yeah, OMGA. No, no, no. I was just saying that it doesn't, to me, what I was hoping for. Where are you? So what I was hoping for is that it would kind of remain up in this area, the 580 area. I mean, listen, it may come back, but in the 580 area, and then I don't know, 1:30, 2 o'clock, all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back and it pops through six. That's all. So no, I'm not a great pullback player, okay, trader. I mean, first of all, I wouldn't take it right now anyway. 557 is the VWAP. It may stall there. But I'm not a big sort of bounce player, trying to figure out if something is going to bounce. That's not my call it my strength. Some people, yeah, it is. Just not me. So all I was hoping for was it would stay in the 580 level, and then again later on, an hour, half an hour and a half from now, all of a sudden the volume comes back in and pops it through that six. So I was just thinking, Doesn't look doesn't look like that could happen, but anything is possible. I mean, it's a pretty low float. It's not a crazy low float. 21 million. I mean, it's low, but it's not like those sub 1 million floats. Yeah, that QS, I mean, I'm out of it now, but I don't know why I'm not seeing it now. Let me click on the alert. Wait a minute. Unless my eyes were deceiving me, but I could have sworn I saw a red line on the chart, which was showing me where the next high in the daily chart was. But I don't really feel like backing this daily out. Well, I guess it's not that bad. Yeah, I was right. 967. I know. Yeah, 967. It is actually the next high on the daily chart. I don't know why it's not showing up in red here. But anyway, above 967, believe it or not, it could get running again. And it got to 953. So that's what I was saying. As it got closer to, I mean, I know I saw a red line at 967. And as it was getting closer, I basically got out most of my position at 930. So what I should do, just stick an alert at 966, see if it gets close to that high again. And again, if it hits 967, doesn't mean I'm taking the trade, okay? Immediately. I may never take the trade. I just want to know if it does hit. I want to see how it's like what the pattern is. Okay, guys, and I have to do a video now. So what time is it? It's 1:08, 1:09. So I should be back no later than 1:19. Okay, so I'm muting myself now in both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. So finds Thomas. I'm just going to call you Finds Thomas, okay? So, well, you can see if you have a real time or a real time, if you ever, I don't know, do you have the program? Do you have Trade Ideas? Because the way I see the VWAP, I just have it in the single stock window. Okay, you can put the VWAP on the chart if you want. I basically just look at it over here. Okay, you can put it on the chart, though. In the early days of having it on the chart, I noticed some discrepancies, but this number generally is bulletproof. So that's all I do when I look at the when I want to find out the VWAP. I'm always looking at my single stock chart. The minute I click on an alert, first thing I do, check the float, check a few things. Okay, and I always know where the VWAP is in the 200-day moving average. Okay, and so I think Derby was talking about the OMGA maybe. And so when you look at OMGA, there's the VWAP 557. So, the VWAP can act as resistance. It can act as support. If you're on top of the VWAP, moving into it, it could act as support so it bounces off it, or it could act as resistance if if you're underneath it and moves into it. So, okay, so across above, let's see if we have it. Okay. I know it didn't say to send something in, but let me just see if we do have it. Okay, so we do have, okay. You don't have to create the alert. We have crossed above the 200-day, 50-day, and 20-day. So you don't actually have to create the alert. It's there. Now, I will say this, I think there has to be a bit of volume confirmation. So you may not get the alert at the exact penny when it crosses, but Girl Trader, can you see my screen and can you these are alerts. We do have the 50-day moving average. So what you would do is you would create your alert window. You put in your price range. Well, are you a subscriber, first of all? You are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, right? Okay. Well, have you ever created an alert window? Have you ever created an alert window? Okay, perfect. Then create your alert window, okay? Create another one, or you could use, one that you've already got in theory. Okay, you've confused me. I asked you if you've created an alert window before, and now you're saying nope, you've not created an alert window. So I better ask the question like this, okay? Have you ever created an alert window? Just waiting for your answer. If it's nope, then I know what to do. If it's yes, then I know what to do. Okay. All right. So you've never created. First of all, have you ever? You say you're new. Okay. Have you at least done this? Before we go on. Okay. I always tell people if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll be at the top here. And have you done the get started? Because the get started, you probably don't have to do everything. You probably have I'm assuming you've downloaded the program, you've logged in, but you see one of the sections is alert windows and how to create them. I would, you probably should go there because I can talk to you about it, but the problem is that you may forget. Okay, so there is a nice little blurb about how to create an alert window. So have you done that? Yeah, please do that. Okay. And then if you have a problem, come back. Okay. I always say this. I mean, it's a software program. There is a learning curve. We try to make it fairly easy here, because you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. But at the very least, episode 7, 8, and 9, introduction to scans, and you're looking for alert windows at the very, very least. Okay. And then that'll at least show you how you can create an alert window. And then I can show you, well, now you've created one, and now you need a trigger, and which would be the cross of the 50-day, which would be like the trigger for the alert window. For instance, here in my momentum scan, these are all the filters that I have. All these values, every single thing that you see here, they all have to be met. The $1 and $100 range, 100,000 shares, etc. Everything has to be met. If they're all met, then here's my trigger. If the stock is high for the day, with all these filter requirements that have been met, then I get a real time alert. So the same thing for you with your alert window. You'll probably have a price range you like. You might have a minimum volume that you like, but your trigger then will be that what I was showing you, the cross of the 50-day moving average, either in the upside or the downside, your pick. Because we looked at that, and this is one of the real-time alerts that we've got. Oops. Right there, okay? Crossed above the 20, crossed below the 20. That's just one of the other real-time alerts that we've got. And if you look back here, these are all of the real-time alerts. You don't have to learn them all, okay? That's again, you don't have to learn them all. But the new high and the new low of the day, the two most popular alerts we've got, real-time alerts we've got, but we've got a lot of other ones. And again, for your cross, we do have that. So take the time to at least go through those little videos, okay? In that case, the fact that it might be a bit of a delay, or because some people say, well, hey, wait a minute, I got that cross of the 20 or the 50 or the 200, and by the time I got the alert, it was a few pennies away from the. Well, that's if you're a swing trader, that won't matter at all. Won't make any difference whatsoever. All right, guys. Hello back to you, JB, saying hello in our YouTube room. Well, I am still interested in the QS if it takes up that 967, because after that, it has the possibility of moving higher. And I think CASA, was it you, CASA? After the battery test results, yeah. Well, I can give it to you, JB. Okay, I can just give it to you. So just go to my home page, and you can load it yourself. Okay, and then you can see what it's looking for. Okay, go to my home page, click on that, and scroll down, and then click here, and then there it is, the Momo scanner. Okay. Now the only thing I've added here is I've capped so that you won't see anything that has greater than 500 contracts. Okay, that's the only thing I've added to this. You don't have to. And the reason I did that is because I was seeing too many duplicates in these two scans. This one looks at the ones that are trading abnormally option wise. And this one, well, of course, you look at this. I mean, this will show you stocks that don't trade options at all. Look at this, like option 0, for Saidu and TCGH, NUZE. You mean once you click on my link? Yeah. So click on my link, click on my homepage link. Okay. Okay. Click on my homepage link. You'll be at the top. Scroll down until you get to the middle section here are my scans. Click on the click here. There it is, Momo. Okay. I like to do it that way, JB, and to others, because otherwise I'd be pasting my links in all day long of all the different scans that people might ask over and over again. I'd rather just direct people to my homepage, and you can save my whole page. You can save my homepage, somewhere, and because I do change up the scans from time to time, or maybe there's a scan you haven't looked at before, and you must say, "Well, I wonder what this one would look like. What is it doing?" This could be getting it now. Have you ever loaded? Have you ever loaded a scan before, JB? Like a link, have you ever taken a link? Okay, good. So you know how to do that. Then all you have to do is just right click on it and configure. Right click, configure, and summary. And it's going to tell you what the scan is looking for. And then there's where, of course, you can make your changes if you want. If you want a different price range, if you want, you can add in the option scan. The option you don't have to, but the only thing I've added is stocks for the option volume. The max is 499 contracts. Okay. And again, the reason I did that is because there were so many stocks that I was seeing here and here at the same time. And this is really this is showing the stocks trading abnormally option wise. So I thought, you know what? just, put a maximum of, and the minimum has to be 500 contracts here. So I said, okay, why don't we make it less, 499? So I'll pick up the ones that don't trade options at all, and maybe some of the ones like this one, Enta. You can see Enta as an example. I mean, this may show up here soon. More than likely it will. It's got 442 contracts right now. It has to get to 500. But look at and that is 14 times normal. And you could take this option activity if you thought, you know what, I want to see stocks, at a minimum of 400 contracts instead of 500. Everything I do, it's just the way I like to see things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. And I'm talking in general, of course. This QS guys is really basing nicely now. Let's just see, boy. I mean, if it takes out that 967 right there, that's the next high on the daily. You can't see it, but that is it. And you can see, I mean, the trend is still up. Yes, it had the pullback, but the trend is still up. To see potential trades on the scanner, do I need a subscription or is it free? Well, I mean, well, if you're talking about everything you're seeing here, you need a subscription. I mean, obviously you can see on my screen these ones, but things on my other monitor, I've got other scans on my other monitor. You need a subscription, yes. And you could standard subscription is probably would suffice. I have a momentum scanner and cannot make it do not repeat. Are you talking? So is it an alert window? Is it an A window or an M window? So on the upper left-hand corner of your scanner, is there an A or an M? I keep doing this. You want cake or pie? Yes. Okay. Okay, it's an A. I keep asking questions okay, so it is an A. So, all right. Well, first of all, let's take a look. Right click. What do you have for history? Real time? So if I right click, I want to make sure you're in real time. So if I right click and go to history, is it real time? Or do you have it on some other time frame? If you can just answer, just put real time so I know. Okay, perfect. So now, so properties don't repeat. Now, is the don't repeat? I bet you I know what's happening. Is the don't repeat grayed out? I think I know what's happening. It's not selectable. Okay, go to view mode right above it. Go to view mode. My guess is that you have got group and sort by checked, right? Okay, uncheck it and put newest first. That'll solve your problem. Now, if you want group and sort by, I mean, if you know, if you still want to have it, then what I would do, okay, all right. If you duplicate your window and then no problem. So right now, so if you click on the, so you get a 15% discount. The only one you would need is click on the monthly. Oops, the monthly. You know, the 118 less the 15% for the first month. That will give you a good idea about whether or not you want the program. Okay. You don't have to take out an annual right off the bat. Yes. Well, that works out to about $100. Okay. Now that'll give you a good idea. You'll have a full month using the program, coming into the room and making sure it's what you actually want before you commit to any. Well, it's this is not a commitment. This is just month to month. If you don't like it, then you can just say, okay, fine, I don't want it anymore. Okay. But go into my into now, unfortunately, you cannot use that promo code Barry25. You have to use Barry unless it changed, unless he already made the change, did he? Then check. Oh, he made the change. Okay. So yeah, there it is. Barry 15 for 15% off. Okay. Now that'll give you an idea about whether or not you want the program or not. Okay. So yeah, I do see Peloton here. So they had their big news today. I think they're teaming up with TikTok somehow. Peloton teams up with TikTok, joining forces with TikTok to create a fitness hub on the social media platform. The hub, TikTok Fitness, powered by Peloton, will be part of a broader collection of programming called TikTok Fitness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there you go. There is your news for Peloton today. I mean, whether that's enough, you know, to drag it completely out of its doldrums, probably not. It's having a nice day today. Ah, okay. Thank you, William. Okay, so guys, the room will be shutting down at around 3 o'clock. I'll always stay later if there are some questions, okay? William normally keeps the room open till about 4, but he can't do it today. And again, big applause to William for doing it virtually every single day, but he says he cannot do it today. Is there any way we can incorporate the heat map into one of our layouts? So which heat map are you talking about? Are you talking about from our website, IntelTrader? The one I showed yesterday. Okay. Now, you do know that all top lists now can be turned into a heat map. Okay. All top lists can be turned into a t, a heat map. We call it a tree, but See, so if you right click on any top list and then you check that show treatment, I know I'm assuming you have that you guys have that option now. And that basically will take a top list and turn it into a heat map. I don't know why we call it a tree map, but if you were talking about, but I think I know what you're talking about. You're talking about, so this is from our website, okay? So here's a heat map. So you're talking about perhaps what the like the SPY heat map. So we dragged, I think this is what I was showing yesterday. So the S&P 500, so you drag it in here. If you're talking about this, I mean, you cannot take this, but you could easily create your own top list, of course, of the S&P 500, and then do that show tree map. And we do have an S&P 500 symbol list, but you cannot take this and have then your your downloadable trade ideas up and running at the same time, if that's what you mean. Yeah, so you cannot bring that into your layout. Unfortunately, no. The reason being is that it's like, I mentioned periodically. I mean, you can have trade ideas loaded on as many devices as you want, but you can only have one version of trade ideas loaded at a time. And that is, in theory, another version of trade ideas. Okay. So what was it, the S&P 500 that you are interested in? Well, pre-market act. Well, you could do this. Give me a moment. I actually was playing around with it I don't really use that tree map that much because I kind of want to rank things in my own way, but if I take a look at this, okay, here's my pre-market scans, right? Here are my two top lists. So here are my pre-market actives. Now imagine I'm watching this in the pre-market. So watch what I do. Right click, show the tree map. Right click, show the tree map. So these are like the heat maps and you can of course create your own top list with whatever pre-market actives, with your price range and all the filters that you want. But does that work for you? Ah, so does that mean this is not now? What version of trade ideas do you have at Trader? Maybe Pepe can answer. But you have the latest. So the tree map is not available. Let me just ask that question. I thought it should. I mean, we've had it for a while, but let me ask the question. We do have that option. Okay. Pepe says that you do have the option. So let's make sure if you have the latest and greatest. But it won't help if you're saying, I mean, if you right click on an alert window, I'm sorry, on a top list window, okay, a top list window, and if you don't see show tree map, then you must not be on a version that has it. So, I mean, it would be pointless for me to share this window with you. I mean, you know, I can give you the pre-market actives up and down, but if it won't show the tree map if you don't have this option. Again, right click on the top list sorry, right click on the window. Well, that's what yeah, I mean, are you in a top list window? You have to be in a top list window, not in an alert window. It has to be a top list window, as Pepe is saying. And my guess is that you're not on the right version then. Yeah, what version? Tell us the version. Account. Click on account. I'm sorry, click on help and then about. And that'll tell us the version. Now, this is not going to help me because I'm always on a development version. But what version do you have of Trade Ideas when you click on help and about? Okay, 5.6.70. Okay. What do you think, Pepe? So I can't help really because I'm always on a development. Okay, you need the beta. Okay. So that's the issue, at Trader. So if you go to our home site, homepage, and I'll click on my homepage link and go to the download, and you have to scroll down. So you're on the call to production version, and just scroll down until you get to the beta. Okay, and then you'll have that. That'll solve your issue. You'll have a heat map for anything you want, any top list window that you want. Thanks, Pepe. As always. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm probably not caught up on questions, or am I? Okay, yeah. So what Real is saying, via Parry, maybe ask those questions in either the support section or the general market talk, just in the future, okay? Because what we're trying to do in this stocks only is specific stocks only is just keep it to specific stocks talking about. But in the future, either go to general market talk, probably more support questions though. Okay. Now I'll answer your question, of course. So that is the default. Okay. Here's you see what's happening here. Every time the stock makes a new high, you're going to see it. That is the default. You typically do not have to do anything. If I right click, go to properties, and the don't repeat, the the don't repeat is an option that people do if they don't want a stock to repeat. Otherwise, in a normal alert window that you have, you don't have to select that. It'll every time a stock makes the meets the requirements, and if you're using the new high as an alert, you'll get the alert over and over and over again. Okay, you don't have to set it in repeat mode. In other words, that's the default. Okay. You would have to go to repeat. You would have to literally select don't repeat. And this is a drop down menu. and you would have to select all that. Otherwise, it's in repeat mode all the time, unless you actually go into that don't repeat and pick, what you want to do in terms of the repeat. Okay. The reason I like don't repeat again is because I can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? Because I'll have the time, I'll have the price, and I can always see, well, what happened from that alert? Oh, a price alert window. No, unfortunately not. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, you cannot. Unfortunately, no. I know what you mean now. You create a price alert. I asked for that, I don't know, 10 years ago. I know what you mean now. So you set a price alert, it goes through it, and then it comes back down through it, and then it goes back through it again. Will no, so it will not alert again. Boy, this QS is looking tasty. I mean, I'm telling you, it is just this is nice now. I mean, it's just basing. Come on, just kind of basing a little bit underneath that 950, and I believe the 965 level is the next high looking left. 967, next high looking left on the daily chart, which you can't see on the daily chart because I you would see it if I scrolled out, but great. So all those things in the web and in that in our website, they're just top lists, right? So you could create all your own top lists with your own requirements, price ranges, minimum volume, and then create a heat map out of them if you wanted to. So Derby Blood, just out of curiosity, I'm assuming you're in MOBX. What would be very nice is if you said I'm in it and here's the price I'm in it. Okay. Because I know you want it to go up, and the only reason is because you're obviously in it. But where are you in it? Oh, you're not in it. Oh, okay. All right. All right, guys, 154. So quite a day. Um, for me anyway, the things that I have seen, you probably heard me maybe if you're in the room over the last couple of days. What I wasn't seeing, and I don't mean just because it turned out to be a great trade, I wasn't seeing for what like the stocks that were coming through my scanner. nice trends like this. I'm not saying there weren't any trends, okay, for certain scans. It's just that on the scans that I've got, I didn't see beautiful trends like that. Well, I again, it may not be resistance. I'd have to back this daily chart out, and you would see. Okay, so you see, there was a high up here at 967 on the daily chart. We're sitting at 950 now. That could stall it. That's all. Was the next high looking left. It doesn't absolutely mean it's going to stall it, but then you can see if it can break that. I mean, it's got all this room on the weekly, though there may be another, on this week here, there might be, something else. What week is this? This is August. So that's July. Okay. So that's, and again, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to stall it, but I mean, that's all I look at looking left. So is there an ETF tracking Bitcoin? What happened to Bitty? I don't know what happened to Bitty. I mean, listen, does this absolutely track Bitcoin? But I mean, I just use BITO. Okay, I use BITO. If you're talking about the actual price, of course not. But usually, I mean, this is going to tell me the direction of Bitcoin, and I don't know what happened to Bitty. I don't know. BITI. So it's here. So when you say what happened to it, it is here. All right, guys. Well, we're sort of at the moment of truth here for all right. Well, let's see if this has any run in it right now, the QS. Volume is decent. It hasn't tapered off dramatically. It's still pretty decent here. What time is it now? 1:59. So this will close in a minute. This volume bar. So it's still pretty decent. Now, for me, $10 would be. I mean, Real's talking 10.13 is a fantasy top. Excuse me, a fantasy target using fibs probably. For me, 10 would be an area that I'll probably get out at least some, because I always think of that 10 number as being something really psychologically tough to get through. In fact, I'm taking some off right now in the 985 level, 983. And I'm really not expecting too much. I mean, obviously the big move is has been made, but just trying to carve out a few more dollars out of it. All right. Wow, QS, you might maybe you'll blow right through 10. Let me see if I can click on the alert and see if I can get a red line somewhere. Come on. Sorry, guys. The program is just sort of. I probably have too many things. I got this big red there. No, I don't see anything. I don't see a red line. How about you, Pepe? When you're clicking on, say, QS in the multi-strategy window, don't tell me we're not seeing the red line now. Let me click on another one. No, there it is. Okay, for Sam, but that's underneath. Well, I already in it. I said I personally I wanted to see it take out 966. So I'm already in it, Erica. I can't tell you now. And I took some out at 983 in case it can't get through 10. And if it can get through 10, I don't know where it's going. Okay, look how it's stalled. I'm out, guys. I'm out now completely. It's sort of to me, I'm not going to got to 10:03. Don't go good. Don't go or don't get fancy on me now, Pepe, with fib levels and standard deviation levels. All we need to know is the whole number. Yeah, so I'm not. I mean, it was okay. I mean, look, I did not expect much. I mean, it's already run a lot. what will be interesting is to see what happens today with this, see if it has a follow through day. So Real blew it again. He said it should hit 10 13, so he blew it again. And of course, I kid. Nope, it's got to hit 10 13 for you to be right. It only hit 10:03. And of course, real no kidding. I'm just kidding. Well, guys, listen, it wouldn't surprise me if I'm not probably even it took out 10. I don't know. Maybe I'd get back in it. I mean, this looks so attractive. See, we don't you don't see too many weekly charts that look like this for a strong stock. I mean, and then they, with that sort of a big candle. This is today. This is a weekly candle, but it's today. It's all today. I didn't see those. Yeah, no, this is actually looks like this is from Volkswagen also. Yeah, this is official. Okay, but when you read this, what you just said, the 1,000 charging cycles was still more than 95% capacity, etc. Test carried out by PowerCore, the battery company of Volks, according to a statement on the car company's website. Okay, so guys, I may have to do this one. Depending on the model, an electric car could drive more than 500,000 kilometers without any noticeable loss of range when powered by a QS solid state lithium battery. The statement adds. Well, I guess very interesting. It'll be really interesting to see how it trades tomorrow. Well, I'm not long anymore, Marvin. I guess you can't hear me, perhaps. I was long early in the day, and then I re-entered the nine at 966. Got out a couple of times, 983, and around 992, just underneath that 10. But I was long earlier on in the day. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this news can sustain it. Okay, because I mean, when you look at the surface of the news, I don't know how much it costs to create one. Obviously, it's probably cost prohibitive right now. Anyway, if you're really, it's about probably a little over 300 miles. Multiplied by about, I think it's 0.624. I think that's the conversion. But I knew you knew that, or you how to find that. It's funny, just going way off on a tangent. And the only thing I'm still not metrified in is my height and weight. Everything else, I'm basically metrified. Not petrified, but metrified. Oh, wow, Jay, you're going way back, but you're right. You are right. They did fake their emissions, but I mean, listen, anything is possible. You're right. That was way back. You know what, guys? This KROS might be interesting. Wow, wait a minute. 50.34. So it's got about $1 to the next high in the weekly chart. And I see a little red line there. The reason I'm talking about this was one that was in the combo scan early, and it basically moved down a little bit from it, but now it's back over that 49.20 alert. So let's see. Maybe it has a late day run. I mean, 49. Yeah, I don't like the spread right now. All right, guys, what time is it now? 2:14. So I have another 45 minutes. And again, the room will not be open until 4 today. So a good time to ask questions. Actually, what I'll do is one last time is I'll go over my homepage. It's funny, we actually did buy a Volkswagen right around that time, right a little bit afterwards. And they were offering some pretty darn good deals. This was after that emission fraud scandal. And they were offering some really, really good deals. practically giving them away. Certainly, there was hardly any interest. Serious, well, I mean, interest. There was in terms of the interest rate they were charging, and you're right. Tough being a salesman in those days for Volkswagen. Did I ever use reverse EMA? I have no idea what that is. So the answer, Mihal, is no. I have never used reverse EMA. I can safely say that because I have no idea what that means. Two for one. All right, guys, clicking on my homepage link one last time. Just want to show you what you can get on my homepage. So there's, of course, a way in which you can take out a subscription. There's the promo code to use Barry 15. You'll get 15% off the first month only. If you do want an annual, I can get you a 25% code. Okay, just have to let me know. I can't. I If you do want an annual, you want to upgrade from if you currently have a monthly and you want to take on an annual, I can get you a 25%. Um, and again, all I ask is that at some point in time, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. It's as simple as that. Okay. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, you must do the get started 10 short videos. If you're new to trading 101, series of videos put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. I really think that you could gain a lot of, if you're brand new to trading, I think it's invaluable. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay. And it gets, increasingly more complicated or more expertise as you move on, but it takes you right through the baby steps. Daily stock of the day video that I do. Trade of the week. So I guess it did trigger. Let's take a look at TME. What did it do from its 910 trigger? So it's still hanging around the trigger price. But you can sign up for it. You can sign up for the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. I will click on it just to show you again the user guide. If you're going to get serious about using the program, at the very least, you should know what alert windows are and top list windows. Okay, at the very least. And last, if you click on my homepage, you'll be at the top. And then here are my scans. Okay, here are the scans. And again, this is my favorite scan, this combo scan right there. Okay, that is my favorite scan that I absolutely track all day long. And that's called the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breaks combo. Okay. But of course, I have other scans I do share. So I was looking left on a daily chart, Ash. Okay. It's really not, understand, this is all I do. Okay. It's you're not going to see a course that says, well, always look left on a daily or a weekly or monthly. That's just what I do. So I was looking on a daily chart. So again, if we look at uh if we look at it, QS, see before the last high I saw was 967. Yes, you're right. It was 967. So it's hard on this scrolling. This is why, see right there, that high right there. So as it was approaching that high, I said, okay, that's where I want to take the trade. That's me. Okay. That is me, me. It doesn't have to be you. And so once it took that out, and then you look left, and the next high is this is really good. The next high is 12.15 on the daily chart. So you can kind of see if it can hold in this level. I'm out of the trade now, but if it can tomorrow, who knows? Maybe it, closes near the high of the day, and maybe it still has a little bit of a run because the next high is up here at 12.10. All I'm doing is I'm just trying to take out a little bit of chart resistance out of the equation. Okay. Whether that is big chart resistance, it's only one day. A lot of people will think, well, you're crazy, Barry, because it's only one day. If it was multiple days up and the stock was hitting up into that level multiple times and not able to get through, a lot of people will look at that as being, well, that's more legitimate. And that's fine. I just know what I like to do. And I've seen it just too many times where even if it's just one day, the stock can get into that level and just stall for a while. So you're not going to find a course on this. But if but you'll just hear me say all the time, look left, look left, look left. Okay. The problem is that on the daily chart, I had to expand it for you to see it. Okay. Now I'll get back to my normal. There we go. But now we do know that 12 something is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So I think who knows if this takes out 10 in a big way, I mean, it could keep running, to the end of the day. I mean, that news, if we can believe that news, and when I say believe the news, I don't mean it's fake news. I mean, I do believe that Volkswagen, it's on their website. Maybe somebody can check, but it's on their website, and those are the tests that were done. Now, how much would it cost to make that sort of a battery? Right now, it's probably prohibitive. I don't know. Don't know enough about those sort of things. So it's not like tomorrow they'll start pumping these batteries out, replacing all the current batteries that are all the EVs out there. Of course not. But going forward, if that truly is, I mean, the range, I mean, that's insane. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah, it's got to be cost prohibitive. But just like the first well, the first batteries that were coming out, they were certainly cost prohibitive and huge, and that was the big problem, right? And now, but I'm sure with technology, it sure makes for a great press release, though. They use a lot more lithium than current EV batteries, and of course, lithium is a tough one, isn't it? I mean, well, what was that? Haven't seen that company. What was that company again? The coal company that claimed they had billions of dollars or billions of or $38 billion worth of lithium. How easy? What was the name of that one again? It's with an M, maybe. Went crazy that for a couple of weeks. Met C. That's what it is. Met C. Let's see what is happening with Met C these days. I mean, this has had a nice run. I've sort of lost sight of this one. And if they do have 38 billion tons of, or million ton, not billion, million pounds, I guess, of lithium. I know there are a lot of naysayers. So the chairman of this company, the chairman and CEO, is going to be on BBC World TV on Wednesday, January the 10th. This has actually had a great run. I mean, this has taken out the high over here. This is when it all started, I believe. No, maybe this week. Might have been this week. So if you don't know the story, this is I think the guys had this coal mine for years and years and years, paid like a pittance for it, and then somehow they think they've got something like, I want to say 32 million pounds of lithium, if that makes sense. Now, is it easy? If they do, is it easy to mine? When was this? This was back in November. Probably it might have been right here. That might have been the first. So this, yeah, don't, here we go. Give me a moment. I want to find that. For some reason, I thought I saw some the news on it. Wow. The old salt shack. You're talking the Briex days. Has a great Briex reference. I'm assuming you're referring to Briex. One day I will tell you about all my exploits in the late '90s with all the with Bre-X and all the junior miners on the old Vancouver Stock Exchange. You guys thought the tech boom was nuts. When's the book? Man, gosh, how many years ago? Was it 30 odd years ago now? Wow. Yeah, Cam, that was Murray Pezim, Murray Pezim and Company. All right, guys, it's 2:32. So, any questions? Good time to ask. If you have some questions all stored up, I'll be taking off around 3 o'clock. The room will not be open until 4 today. Well, Marvin, does it meet your trading plan? I don't know if coin is a good short. Does it, like, what do you think? I hate to say it like that, but I mean, does it meet your trading style or your plan? Like, what are you looking, what would make it a good short scalp right now? So let's take a look. You're talking about intraday, right? So it is broken down through this level here. Do you have a Bitcoin a way to track Bitcoin? Let's see what Bitcoin is doing. I mean, it looks interesting. I know what you're looking at, but I can't tell you is yes it is or no it isn't. I mean, the next low, if you look at a 15-minute chart, is 154. Market is moving down. Well, market's moving in the right direction for you. But what do you think? If you took the trade, where are you going to put your stop? Probably we're at the top here, 150, 159 or so. So I can't tell you, amen. Obviously, I can't tell you is it going to keep moving down. I have no idea. But it is pretty tied into the price of to some extent. I mean, I understand what's going on. This ETF, this mystical ETF that's may or may not be formed. Bob Bishop. Bob Bishop, for you guys who know what I'm talking about. Bob Bishop. Well, I mean, yeah, it is broken down. It's definitely broken down a little bit, no question. The question is, is coin a good short scalp right now? Well, yeah, I mean, I see what you're looking at. It is broken down a little bit here, but I'd also be keeping an eye on what Bitcoin is doing, maybe even the market. Market looks like it's trying to drift down a bit. So the thing of it is that how much can you make? You're saying a short scalp. I mean, it's an expensive stock. So, you know, where are you going to put your stop? You're going to put your stop at the like at the high right there, about 158.96. Say 159. So if you took this right now at 157 as a short, and your stop is 159, so it's a $2 stop. Yeah, I mean you could. So could you make $4 on this? 157 down to 153? I don't know. Because right there, that could be a little bit of support below that 15-minute candle. You know, to risk $2, you want to be able to have a reasonable expectation of making four on it, right? So we'd have to get down to 153 down here. Well, I mean, if I don't know, I have no idea what account size, but if you took 50 shares, 200 bucks, 100 shares, 400 bucks. I mean, that would be, but are you talking about, so if you're targeted at 155, I mean, then what, from 156 or 157, that's $2. Well, I mean, that's up to you. I don't know how many shares you're making. All right. Well, if you can buy 100 shares and, a couple $100, that's not terrible on a quick scalp if it does. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I'm glad I backed off the KROS. Meanwhile, wow, this one I kind of missed this morning. Look at this LFMD short opportunity at 11:15. Pretty late. It seems pretty late, doesn't it? 590. It's all the way down to 516. And of course, it showed up here too. Same price. Yeah, of course, the same price. The only one, the only short opportunity from this combo scan. I'm here, Mon. I am here. Yeah, right here, right there. That's caught it at 788. RIAI actually caught it at 785. Okay, I mean that's where I saw it. Now, will that scan show stocks that are this sort of a trend all day long? Not all the time, of course. But there was the alert, and at what was it, 9:45? So it had made a little bit of a move here. And then yeah, I mean that's where that scan caught it right there. But does that mean that tomorrow, when you get an alert, that you're going to get the same thing? Not necessarily, of course. One of the reasons it was relatively orderly is the fact that that float is huge, 349 million. So you're not going to get the wild whips that we get with the very low float situations. But there's no way to predict that that was going to happen. Okay, Mon. I mean, I wish I could say, oh yeah, yeah. It's obvious that that was going to happen with this. It was news driven for sure, and on the surface, the news looks excellent. But as Pepe pointed out, and others, it'll take a long time before a commercial use of this battery that was tested will be in play. But for today anyway, the news was awesome. Well, where is the support? Where is the VWAP number one? So that's way too far away. Well, okay, 888. I mean, there's the VWAP, so I mean that could be support. Now, if you're looking at these moving averages, could be support area. and that's the 8 EMA, and that's the 10 SMA. Blue, the orange and blue lines could be a support area. Otherwise, the VWAP, that's 889, so that's, right down here, could be a support area. Bienvenue. Wow, look at the market, guys. A little bit of a green bar now for the last before I leave. So if it reported at 9:39, so that was about 10 minutes before. Yeah, I mean, you're right. They may do an offering after the market closes. You're absolutely right. Always have to be aware of that. Well, I remember when quantum. I didn't think this had anything to do with EVs, to be honest. QS, but I remember to a monthly chart. Yeah, I mean, and they did not do a reverse split because look at the number of shares in the float. So I remember when this one got up to like $132. Well, that was right, that was pandemic. Okay. And then, came all the way back down to well, 6. So imagine that, 131. But that's, we'll see a lot of stocks that look like this, all these pandemic stocks, not vaccine stocks. I'm just talking about, the craze. A lot of these stocks went crazy during, a couple of years anyway. But I don't recall it had anything to do with EVs, to be honest. But I guess it did. Energy storage solutions. I guess it did. I don't know. Thought it had something. Thought it was something else. Well, that's what the press release said. Yes. Okay. All right, guys. I think I'll wrap this up. Don't see too many other questions. If there is a question, I will stick around and answer. Otherwise, I think I'll wrap this up. And again, unfortunately, William cannot keep the room open until 4, so I'll be shutting everything down today. Any last minute questions? You added the E Shakespeare. Okay. Okay, guys, I don't see any more questions, so I think I will wrap up right now. So again, thanks for all the help. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Actually, I have to shut the room down. And YouTubers, the same thing.